Well, the day has arrived. It is the TDCA Workforce Extensions A-Grade Grand Final. Ex-students, the powerhouse of the TDCA versus the arch-rival Glengarry. And I'm Luke Henderson, sitting here with the League Secretary, Nick Scammell. And Nick, you probably couldn't get a better game today. We've got through the weather, but the two arch-rivals, the nemesis of each other, will play 64 overs today.
Yeah, fantastic effort by Rovers to get the ground and the wicket up and running. The wicket is amazing for the amount of weather and water that we've had throughout the week. So, fantastic effort to Rovers. And, I think at the start of the day, we're all saying that 30 or 40 overs would be a great result. So, for potential 64 overs for the day is going to be great.
Yeah, the toss has been had just 15 minutes ago, and after sitting around all day with the pitch being covered, Glengarry has won the toss and sent ex-students in. Big decision being made. Sides often want to bat first in a grand final, but Nathan Freitag, the captain of Glengarry, very smart man, knowing that only 10 wickets is the way that they're going to win this game. Let's get the 10 wickets out of the way and give themselves every chance.
Yeah, it's a hard one to win, I suppose. You probably would have preferred to have lost the toss, but sending ex-students in is something that they've chosen to do, and they've got the bowling attack to knock them over as well. I don't think it's going to go for a full 164 overs as the game would allow. I think it'll be a result either way, and I think Glengarry got the bowling to knock them over for 150 to 200. Whether or not they can withstand the pressure that ex-students will bring is another matter. And there are cars streaming in now as well. As soon as cricket has been announced that there's a start, there's a lot of cars getting in for Duncan Cameron, which can be quite tight. So if you can't get a park, by all means tune into the live stream, which you're already doing, but we do encourage people to come down and have a watch, because it is going to be a really good atmosphere today.
Absolutely, a really unusual set of circumstances today with the rain and the coldness, the later March grand final than what we traditionally play in the TDCA, and it's brought the Glengarry faithful in here with a pot belly. In all my time in cricket, I haven't played a game of cricket with a fire going, and it brings a bit of a different type of atmosphere to the ground. As you said, plenty of people starting to arrive. We're only about 10 minutes away from the start time. The really good thing about what we've got here today, Nick, is the first session right through to 4:40. It'll be an action-packed first session with Glengarry with the ball. Three very good left-arm bowlers. Cam Graham, who's had a sensational season, is really one of the players that I think is really going to set everything up. If he can get 2 early wickets and then allow the captain to come on in Nat Freitag, who, let's be honest, bowled some genuine heat last week, Nick, anything could happen.
Yeah, I think Nat's got himself right to bowl. I think his sunbed doubles as a hyperbaric chamber. He's got his body pretty good. Going to be some really good bowling on show right from the word go, and quick bowling as well. So this little breeze might just cause a few issues for students' top order.
Absolutely, and the last time we played at Duncan Cameron, we had an action-packed grand final with Toongabbie beating ex-students 2 years ago, and it was a superstar spell from two left-armers in Big Keenan Hughes and Gibbons, the Englishman, who really set the game up for Toongabbie for the win. 3 left-armers, really unusual to have 3 left-arm quicks in one side, with only the one spinner and Al Jenkin, who comes on and bowls a lot. Probably the conditions suiting the medium pacers more so than the spinners. Of course, we know ex-students, the experiences of Andy Matthews, and then Mitch Harris, who's had a great year with the ball as well, but they really do their job with the 3 spinner. So you've got 2 completely different teams, don't you? 3 quicks versus 3 spinners. So much can happen. Of course, ex-students batting, we all know their batting lineup, those that follow the TDCA closely. When you've got the names of Gilmore, Stockdale, Best up in your top 4, it's pretty amazing. Then you throw McMahon into that as well. Jimmy Pride, who definitely calls himself the big show, has a great history of playing. He seems to start the year batting low and then comes high as the year goes on, batting higher. Really there. I'm going to go through the TDCA X Factor player from each side, Nick. I've been thinking about this, and it's easy to go Gilmore or Stockdale or Nathan Freitag, but my 2 X Factors today is for this game, for ex-students, it's Jackson McMahon. He's a young player he's not that young anymore, but he's had a great career for over a period of time. He's maturing, the left-handed batsman, and I think he's the X factor. The X factor for Glengarry, no doubt, it is Cam Graham, the big left-hander. If he can get 2 early wickets, swing that ball around, that's going to set their sides up. So the X factor for me, Jackson McMahon for ex-students, Cam Graham for Glengarry. And who are your 2 X factors, Nick?
I'm going to go Mitch Harris for ex-students. I think that he's played well all throughout the year, but he really hasn't had that big game. And I think with the new ball, potentially tomorrow or even tonight, he may just be able to do some damage. I also think that Hamish Busk for Glengarry, I've got big raps on him. I think he's been a really good cricketer now for Glengarry for 2 years, and he's really forged a spot for himself, and he's forging a bit of a reputation as well. He took 4 wickets in the semi-final last week, had a bit of luck with the bat as well. It might just be he's hitting his straps today.
So as we've mentioned, ex-students being sent in, Glengarry winning the toss, ex-students to bat. The X-factors today have been announced. We're 7 minutes away from game time. I reckon the big question here, who opens the batting for ex-students? We don't know officially. Traditionally, or all year, it's been Dyke. Will it be McMahon? Will it be Best? Will it be Gilmore? Will it be Stockdale? Will it be Pride? They have so many options, and that second opener though hasn't quite been secured or settled over the last since this season. It's going to be really interesting. What's your thoughts?
I'd really like to see Gilmore come out and set a tone for ex-students for the day. Being sent in after a bit of rain around, you're probably maybe in a little bit of a negative mindset, thinking that there might be something in the wicket, and you come out and someone like Gilmore can just go whack from ball 1 and probably put a couple into the commentary box here. So it'd be amazing to see him just come out and set a tone for ex-students, and we all know that he can make runs pretty quickly, and it's pretty exciting to watch. And I think that's why a lot of the people are here. When they find out ex-students are batting, they want to see Jordan Gilmore bat.
Absolutely. So Geordie Gilmore to bat, set the tone up for ex-students, take the game right away from Glengarry. If you were Glengarry, would you be happy with Gilmore coming out? Gives a chance early, like all batsmen, tries to make the game move forward. Glengarry needs the game moving forward and not sitting still. So it's one of those interesting ones, is that whilst he is the most destructive and best batsman in the league, there might be also something that they're quite happy to have as well. Get him out of the way early, back themselves into getting him out of the way early, and allow them to get the game moving.
Yeah, Graham's the big one there. He rolls his fingers across the ball nicely. He can bowl these little cutters, and then he's got one that just jags back and swings and does all sorts of things. So, Geordie, all he has to do is miss one, or, Cam just have a little bit of a day like he did last week in the semi-final, and, all of a sudden they're in trouble. So it'd be a real risk versus reward situation there.
Absolutely. So approximately about 3 hours that we've lost throughout the day can be caught back up. 64 overs is scheduled, minimum 64 overs for the day. So that's still a lot of cricket, and of course come back tomorrow with another 100 overs. And touching wood, looks like the weather's going to be pretty good for tomorrow. So there's still 164 overs left in this game. It's plenty of time for cricket. But the umpires, what a good job they did during the day just to make sure that things just got moving. Also, as you said earlier, Kevin Foley, the president of Rovers, what an amazing job his team has done to get the ground up and running. It's looking an absolute treat, and the pitch is an absolute belter by the looks of things. Of course, we've got to see it. Let's see how it plays, but it looks a treat. And they've got the 30-metre covers as well, so really the decision by the TDCA to host the grand final at Duncan Cameron has probably been a big tick.
Oh, absolutely. There's some really good brains going around the TDCA executive, and it's just another fantastic decision made by those higher ups in the TDCA, who we really should give more appreciation to, Luke.
Yep, well done, Nick. Any self-promotion for yourself's a good one, so very good. 4 minutes to play. Umpires getting ready. Ex-students, the nerves, the butterflies, everything would start to be beginning now. The best thing about this game is that the 2 best teams have made the grand final for the season, no doubt about it. We learnt firsthand last week, Nick, about the power of Glengarry. That first hour last week in the semi-final with the 3 left armers bowling quick, hooping the ball around. The game was finished. Of course, rock and rolling Gormandale all out for 80, 84, and that game was finished in the first hour. another hour like that's going to take some pretty good viewing, but we don't want that really to happen because, let's be honest, we want the game to go right to the last minute tomorrow. But, geez, it was exciting if you're a Glengarry supporter or spectator of what they achieved last week.
Yeah, to me, it looked like the bye just freshened them up nicely, and I think that's why it gives them a really good chance coming into this game. You've got Cam Graham, who probably, from all reports, looked a little bit sore against Toongabbie. Didn't bowl too much, and Toongabbie got the win against them, chasing down 200 odd. And then last week, he looked like a 22-year-old Cam Graham who was just tearing in and, really letting it go. So he could be a really big part in this. And also Nat Freitag is freshened up nicely, as they all have. So, yeah, as the umpires start to get ready and play is about to be underway. Just a quick shout out to my old friend James the Beak Chalmers, who's texted me in already, calling me out on a couple of comments I've already made. So I'll say fair play to him on that. But if anyone is around the ground, we would like you to come over and have a bit of a talk about the season, have a talk about your individual season, also talk a bit about cricket and give us a bit of a rest as well, Luke.
Absolutely. So we go through the team at ex-students. Jake Best, Matt Dyke, James Pride, Jordan Gilmore, Lee Stockdale, the wonderful Lee Stockdale, fifth grand final, I believe, as captain. Might be his sixth. We'll have to get that verified. But what an amazing achievement, to be such a leader like that. And, of course, victorious GCL captain this year as well. So he's done it all. Rick Batista, Jackson McMahon, Matt Robinson, Mitchell Harris, Michael Warren, and the Evergreen and Panda Matthews. For Glengarry, we have Ben Marks, Frank Marks, Nathan Freitag, Sam Marks, Chris Dunn, who probably got one of the best drive-by little drive-bys in the paper this week. Nick, I'm not sure if you meant it or just made the point that he's made 20 runs for the year and it's probably time he does something, so a little drive-by.
Well, there's no point hiding it, I don't think, Luke. I think you got to go out there and accept it. If someone like the paper, if someone like the journalists at the Latrobe Valley Express aren't going to point it out, I'll give you the tip. The blokes like James Pride and Lee Stockdale will. So it's just a little welcome to it, and who knows if he makes his aggregate for the year, then he's going to be a big part of this game.
Absolutely. Max Merton, Hamish Busk, the Busker, the X Factor that you've called him, Paul Henry, Cam Graham, Alistair Jenkins. And I think one thing about Alistair Jenkins, we haven't, which we know how good a batsman he is, but those off spinners will become quite handy as well. When you're 6'7" and you're bowling from long levers, they're hard to hit. So he bowls those darts. And the other one in the paper, probably the best write-up since Ricky Ponting became a Test superstar in Brandon Mayberry. What an absolute pump up that was. And the 12th man is Lachlan Clark. The game's only minutes away now. James Pride, the opening batsman. We said it was probably going to be him. He seems to come to the top at this time of year. And of course, Matt Dyke, two good mates. They love having a beer together, and now they're going to be batting together. And the left-hand, right-hand, of course, with Pride being the left-hander, Dyke being the right-hander, really it makes things interesting. And the first over will be no surprises here. The left-arm wonder kid in Cam Graham, the pig as he's known. We all love a good pig. A good pig. Anyone with a nickname Pig is one of my good mates. And here he goes, about to open the bowling for Glengarry. Dyke to take strike. Traditional types field. 3 slips, gully. Allow him to drive, open up the covers. Traditional start to a grand final field.
And one thing I will say to everyone out there, that we do have Max Merton down at fine leg next to us, so there will be some noise coming through the microphone, as there is a train running behind us and a couple of little other things throughout the day as well. If we happen to win a couple of bets throughout the day, there might be a couple of yahoos as well, but just for some clarity, there will be some background noise throughout the next 64 overs.
The first ball of any game, let alone in grand finals, everyone gets the butterflies, the supporters, the spectators, and of course the players. The pig to come in. And having played a lot of cricket against Glengarry, the oohs and ahs are definitely going to be there. The half appeals become full appeals. They're a very vocal team in the field, Glengarry, and straight away Yorker gets blocked out to mid-wicket and there's already an ooh and an ah.
Yeah, swing straight away. So that looked very good. And I think the next one will be full. I'm just basing this on the couple of overs I faced off him last week. So.
And yeah, good crew there. Get off the strike. Defer the pressure onto your other bloke and get down the other end. Smart batting. Good fielding as well there by Glengarry. Not a great throw. Went through the keeper, but the slip runs around and backs that up and ensures they get the left-hander on strike.
Now, obviously, the big frame of Nat Freitag is in our view a little bit here, but it is a wonderful view that we have today. Unfortunately, we weren't able to secure the Hendricks deck from 2 years ago, but again, this is just a brilliant view, and thank you to Rovers for allowing us to do this again.
That one just short of a length, outside off. The big show himself just leaves that one. Probably where he'll leave a lot of balls there. He doesn't play a lot of doesn't play out a lot of balls early. James, he's really good. Knows how to open the batting in big games, and he knows he's here to bat a long time. Of course, there might be some oohing and ahhing if we get one of our bets up for the day. Of course, if you're watching the live stream, put in the comments in Facebook or even in the YouTube. Any race tips, we'll definitely take them. And looks like a leg bye. Easily manoeuvred, 1 run, leg bye. Yeah, any tips being sent through would be handy.
Don't eat yellow snow, Luke.
Very good, Nick. Got the dad's jokes out early.
Of course, our president, the league president, you can't go past mentioning Steve without mentioning a race tip. So Master of Wine in Sydney today is a little each way bet, and also as Cam Graham, and a nice little bit of pop there just to keep everyone interested. And there's another horse, it's Dadoo's Dat or something like that in Sydney. Those are the little each way tips for today, Luke.
Very good. Master of Wine on it already, so I hope the Supreme Leader is right with that. You'll get $20 as well, Nick, if you get on now on Master of Wine, so get in early.
It's I think it's a bit, I don't think it likes the wet too much, guys, so just obviously gamble responsibly. And
don't just gamble as much as you can. Chase your losses, all those things. It loves the wet. In fact, it loves a soft track. So that's why we're probably on it, Nick.
And over there we've got local cricketing royalty from the One Agency, Mr. Sir Anthony Bloomfield, who's rocked up for a bit of a look. And he loves his old team Rovers. And he loves the TDCA as much as any other competition as well, I'm sure.
Very good. Very good Gippsland cricketer is Bloomy. Very good.
Yeah, fantastic view. You really are just sitting in the umpire's pocket here today, and yeah, like I said, if anyone wants to come around and sit in the truck with either myself or Luke and have a bit of a talk, by all means, come in and enjoy a little guest slot, as some people may say.
And Pride's off the mark. Another nice little one, just blocking into the covers and getting off strike. It's something that ex-students just do better than any team. Is just that they know where their gaps are. They find the gaps. They look for one. They turn the strike over. Unless you're one of the big hitters, and then Gilmore just pogos everyone for 6, but everyone else bats around him and gets off strike.
But that's the thing. Like Gilmore might go to run a ball, but you got guys like Dyke who can just turn the strike over and just keep giving him the strike and feeding it to him. So
only one run a ball, Gilmore.
Well, if you're bowling well, I suppose. And there's Dunny there who's in for a big day. So don't you worry. He's my second X factor, Luke.
Favourite player, CJ Dunn. Of course, Frank opening the bowling. You would have gone that way as well, Nick.
Yeah, they've done it all year, and there's probably other guys who probably more traditional opening bowlers, but I think that their spread has worked pretty well. And he does offer something different to the left-handers who probably just push it across you and can move it a little bit. Frank does hit the seam nice and presents it, and he always bowls stumps, so he's really attacking every ball, which is hard to play. And he might give you a loose one, but geez, he can really take wickets when he needs to as well.
Yeah, making the batsman play in grand finals is what it's all about, isn't it? You can see there, just another ball hits that seam, just pops up a little bit more. Dyke not having too much trouble at the moment. Both batsmen looking quite comfortable. As you'll see by Pride at the moment, leaning on the bat with a in the teapot stance. It's a very Jim Pride type of trademark stance, isn't it? Dyke winds up, pulls out of the shot, and the ball just balloons through to marks.
I think that'll happen throughout the course of the game. Like, not the ideal preparation that they would have thought they would have throughout the week. Obviously, Tuesday, Wednesday just absolutely bucketed down, but it could have been worse. We could have been playing grand finals in Yarram where they had 200 mil of rain. So, yeah, definitely done an amazing effort for Rovers again. I don't think we'll be able to heap enough praise on them for their efforts for the week and for the season as well. As Cam Graham starts his second over from the top end.
And Master of Wine didn't run a place.
Yep, so if you've loaded up, go see Steve Kay and have a talk to him.
In fact, the tips that we gave you, the races have already been run. Master of Wine starting 1 minute before the scheduled start of play today. So. It's the holding pattern. Both sides just waiting for something to happen. The banter hasn't quite started yet. The first wicket, the noise is quiet. Everyone's a little bit nervous, and batsmen not being ultra aggressive. Just everyone waiting for something to happen.
Well, they've been sitting around the rooms together for the last 3 hours, probably being a little bit too friendly and having a laugh and a joke. So it might just take them a little bit to get going.
Oh, a little play there. I think he pulled out of it just in time and skidded a little bit through to the keeper. Now, you talked about Nat Freitag just being right in front of us when the left-handers are on strike. Also wearing the modern-day pants where the butt has just air pockets and a bit of mesh in the back rather than the traditional material. So he's full. Let's be honest. Let's cut all the crap. He's full arse right in front of us. Like, he's a good-looking rooster, so better him to have his pants hanging out like that than the pig at first slip or something like that.
How do you think the Gormandale slips quarter would go if we had the camera on those guys?
Well, the one thing is the big fella that fields in the slips wouldn't be wearing mesh pants with the size of his arse. Me.
The Dr. Jimmy Jacobson doesn't mind a mesh pant.
And not a jumper out there either, Nick. So a man who's the traditional wearer of the white jumper, yourself, popped a little bit, gloves it down, and well bowled, well played. No jumpers, surprising. It's very jumperish type weather.
It's very jumperish type weather. I got told that Mum had been knitting a fair bit last week, and I was out in the crease, and I bet you Blender wishes he had a big jumper on like that now. So, I am an avid jumper fan. As there's a couple around the TDCA who are jumper fans, or a long sleeve vest, as it's affectionately known. And we've got our own little unique group. So we're just unique guys who like a long sleeve vest.
None for 3. Dyke on 1. Pride on 1. Pride 1 off 11 balls. Dyke 1 off 7. Just really laying the foundations at the moment to bat that full 100 overs. Of course, with the game being delayed, ex-students will bat the 100 overs. They'll have the full 100 overs, so they will come back tomorrow and bat if they're still in. Wow. Just missing. A good leave's one that doesn't hit the stumps, and that was a good leave.
Two types of leaves. Already the ball's doing a fair bit, so the wicket does look quite white from where we are, but there is that hint of green which you probably can't see on the YouTube streaming, and it's probably just going to give enough off the deck for the new bowlers, so going to be hard work for Dykey.
And news came through earlier today, ex-students playing Yarram in B grade, day one's been cancelled. Is that correct?
Yeah, in C grade, sorry. So the C grade game has been postponed, with both clubs agreeing to just call it early, rest up, have an extra training session, as I'm sure the C graders are right now, and then come back fresh tomorrow and take each other on.
Nice little shot, drifting onto his legs there, hit to mid-wicket. Not doing too much damage. And B grade playing at the Trail Recreation Reserve. Sorry, that was the ex-students Yarram game. Yep. That's correct. And that game, any word?
Yeah, so there was a few issues with the run-ups. The ground was holding a lot of water at the moment. They were trying to get it back on. With this sun, I would imagine that the covers would be off. Haven't had any official update from there, so that would be very handy if we could. We'd love some word from the B graders. So if any Yarram and District guys are out there, or any ex-students people know what's going on, then that would be great for an update as well, so we can keep everyone going. And if things are going pretty crazy, you can jump between the two, because both grand finals are in each other's pocket this week.
Frank marks to continue. And whilst he didn't hit that, it's probably the first real aggressive shot that we've seen this morning.
Again, it's just bowling stumps. Like, that's what Frank does. And his bat's looking pretty wide at the moment. He doesn't look like he's getting troubled, but he can be a little bit of a snicker at Dykey. So you never know. If Frank can just stand that seam up, he might just get one to tail away and get that edge. Oh, and a little bit of pop as well. So there's a little bit in this deck. I like it.
And a message through from my good mate Stix Richards, playing, I think this is in his 8th straight grand final, 8th straight B grade grand final. It's amazing. Just the message coming through, starting at 3:50 today. So that's good. They will get some game time down there at the Rec Reserve in the B grade game, but a 3:50 start. And what a phenomenal effort from ex-students. 8, I think it is. It might be 9, but 8 in a row. No doubt they'll be wanting to win, but if we're being brutally honest, the rest of the TDCA is probably hoping the streak can be broken. It's a very Undertaker at WrestleMania type of streak.
It is, and Yarram could be the Brock Lesnar of the TDCA. Obviously, Yarram new to the league and have been brilliant so far. They won the Team Spirit of Cricket Award on the week on presentation night through their efforts. They've just been a joy to have. So hopefully they can, I won't be biased in anything that I say, well, hopefully today, but you want a good game and you want the best team to win.
And the Spirit of Cricket Award for the club, a new initiative by the TDCA, just to help inclusion and harmony and all those wonderful things, Nick, that you promote so well.
Well, you got to be harmonious, and you got to promote inclusion in all sports and all facets of life. So, yeah, absolutely. And obviously the Spirit of Cricket Award, the Peter McLean, the new award, which is basically like almost a president's award for an individual, was really well received on Wednesday as well. And it was fantastic that Brad Pratt made a rousing speech about Pie Man, and he was such a larger than life character and just made everything great that he touched. So it's amazing to be able to have the family allow us to use his name to be able to promote that and keep his memory alive in a way.
Yeah. Rest in peace, the big Pie Man, a wonderful man, a sensational ex-students cricketer and supporter, but more greatly loved by everyone within the TDCA and the TDCA community. And of course, all our best wishes go out to the McLean family, who would have done it pretty tough with the passing of such a special man. And it's great that the TDCA can reward people that play the game and love the sport and contribute to the TDCA like he did. A beautiful shot there on drive by Pride. It's the best shot in cricket, is an on drive, and he taps down for one, comes back for two. But yeah, absolutely fantastic award, and to have the name Peter McLean Spirit of Cricket Award is, it's just amazing, and something that people should be really cherish those winners. And Brian Grant was the inaugural Peter McLean. Is it a medal or trophy or award?
Yeah, it's a perpetual trophy that we've come up with, and as I'll let Cam get this one through.
Beautiful shot by Pride. Pushes it out the covers and one, and that outfield just a little bit slower just due to the rain and so forth, but a beautiful shot for 1-3 coming off the over.
Like I was saying, Brian Grant's done amazing work throughout the year, and it's hard to find someone else who's done more for the TDCA and for his club as well than what Granny's done this year. And it was evident after Pie Man's passing and all the stories started coming out about him and what he did and the character that he was, that it was fitting that a trophy be named after him in some aspect. And it's sad that we probably didn't realise that sooner, and he was able to present a couple, but still an amazing man and someone who'll be remembered in TDCA circles for forever and a day.
Just bangs that one in a little bit shorter. Pride not having too many troubles. Blocks it out to covers. And the best thing about this live stream, we are so connected. It is very interactive. And my old mate Paul Richards, Ted Richards, Sticks Richards, the man of many names, sends through a little text. It's 9 grand finals in a row. And I remember playing in, I think it was his second one in a row. And about 1 o'clock at night, he made the announcement, let's win 10 in a row. And we all laughed and giggled and so forth. But, geez, they're not far away from it.
Yes. To add to that, I think this is the 5th year in a row that ex-students have featured in every grand final. Now, they haven't won every grand final, obviously, but they've been an absolute powerhouse, and it really is a testament to the efforts and the work that they do off-field more than anything. And, we've got clubs competing with them, but they really are a powerhouse. And,
big shot, and the big shot brings the big catch. The bowler coming through the follow-through, diving to his left hand. What a catch by Marks, and it's the first Pride, the first victim. Big wicket. What a catch.
I thought it was a little bit strange. The slip seemed to be really, really close, so it looked like he was really going to be just trying to go that almost that middle off line and just keep it there. And Pridey's obviously seen one that he's liked, and the ball hasn't come on well enough to him. And a fantastic caught and bowled. I think Frank added a little bit of spice to it with just a little bit of a roll there at the end. But yeah, fantastic. 1 for 6. Here we go.
And as Pride departs, in comes Gilmore. Is it Gilmore? Wow. Could this be the first surprise? Could this be the first surprise? I think we've been done here, Nick. I believe it's Matt Robinson coming to the crease. A big surprise by Lee Stockdale. A man who batted brilliantly in last year's grand final, Matt Robinson, really just took the game away from Toongabbie when he came out. Toongabbie had that little sniff, thought they were back in it. Robinson makes a 40 or something like that and batted brilliantly. But a big surprise coming in at 3. And it's a big shout.
Umpire very quick to turn it down, but obviously going down.
Looks like it was going down leg. But a big start. The nerves, the butterflies are still in the belly. And nothing better than a bowler when you take a wicket and you get an appeal next ball. You really feel like you're on song here. I feel like we could reach out and just talk to Frank where we are right now. Get a little live interview. Oh, beautiful cover drive. Nice shot. First ball looked nervous. Second ball had no issues. Rolls towards the boundary. And Robertson gets off strike with a beautiful 3. And that'll definitely settle for the belly. Beautiful shot. Shot of the day thus far. And what almost probably better than a boundary there because you get down the other end in a grand final. A 3 and off strike.
Absolutely. I think this is where Dykey really comes into his own, just soaks up this pressure. He really does take his time and he can tick it over when he needs to, but he'll do the team thing here on a difficult wicket so far. So, this is when he's really at his best, I think, Dykey.
Oh, beautiful shape there with that ball. And with the wicket that over, you just feel like Frank's just found a length now and found that spot where he wants to bowl. Seems to be coming through a little bit quicker, and it's the settler that everyone needs when you're a bowling team, an early wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, still a little bit surprised. Obviously, it means Stockdale and Gilmore still to come in, but I probably don't mind the Robbo. It probably means that ex-students are just a little wary of the wicket at the moment, but it's his chance to go from batting at 8 last year, where he made a really good 31 not out, to really apply himself and get another good score and set his team up.
And of course, no Best here at the moment, playing in a football practice match. So Robertson coming at 3, probably the spot where Best would be batting would be 3. Maybe he would have opened in Pride. So they definitely need to find that different person. And Cam goes straight to the toes. Wants that second wicket. I think it's one of the things about Bumble, as we know, is that when he bats time, he just gets better and better and better. Nervous starter, often has to come in when not many overs left or, so forth. But he gets a great opportunity here in a big game to bat a long period of time. And if that happens, we're going to see a really class batsman on show. Beautiful shot. Easy leg glance. Races away and we get the first boundary. In the TDCA grand final, a beautiful little leg glance by Bumble, and it goes for 4. And unfortunately, Max Merton just couldn't quite get there. Did the hard yards, ran around 20 metres, and just couldn't quite stop it.
Robbo looks on.
Yeah, 2 great shots, a beautiful leg glance, a lovely cover drive. Looks very good.
As Cam Graham comes in the bowl again. Ooh, and Stumps dug that out nicely. And our resident photographer has just come down. Did you get that caught and bowled there, Tyron?
I didn't. It was.
You have one. You have one job, mate, and that's to take the big moments, capture the big moments. Oh, beautiful ball by the left-hander. Just swings it across him, and so close.
It's that little cutter that he does have. It doesn't look like it's flying through, though. It's just dying in the deck a little bit, just gripping a bit. So maybe the spinners will come into this a little bit more as the day goes on.
Yeah, definitely not a hard... Doesn't look hard and fast, does it? So obviously been under the covers all week. I think the pitch will be fine, but definitely not hard and fast. That being said, the two batsmen we've got aren't really banging in the pitch type bowlers, are they? You know, they do slide them through, skid them through a little bit more. So the taller Nat Freitag, who does bang into the pitch a little bit more, I think let's wait and see what happens there. But I think he'll find bounce because he will bang it in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're just trying to find just hit their spot at the moment with the ball swinging, and then we'll go and see something a little bit different when it does flatten out.
Oh, that's a ripper. And how many times over the next 2 days will we say Village, but a little throwback from the wicket keeper trying to get a stumping off the quicks. Very Village. Those last two balls, very good by Graham, and that's exactly what we want.
Couple of little shout outs I've got, Luke. Obviously out to Worsey over in Latrobe Valley League, who president of Your Lawn, very avid follower of Gippsland cricket as well. He just loves it, and he'll be sitting at home with that. Oh, just a fine one down to leg. Worsey will be sitting at home with a daiquiri or something like that he drinks, and he'll no doubt be enjoying himself watching the TDCA. As will Mark Webb, who is a regular with the live stream. He's going to have to go to bed soon to go out for night shift, but he's loving it as well. And Brett Pedlow is tuning in as well, claiming that I'm very biased towards Yarram today, and I'm going back to my heritage a little bit. That's why I helped them win a couple of games throughout the season as well, Luke.
You were known as the Jinx earlier. Yarram licked their lips when you came out to bat. Of course, across two different clubs this year, Nick. You are, at this stage, the game's record holder for games played against Yarram. You've got 3.
It's just the Scammell name doing their part for the Alberton region.
Beautiful shot, back over the top. No traditional mid-off. And Dyke sees the gap and gets another 2. And while you're doing your shout-outs, I'll just do my shout-outs. An absolute cricket nuffy in my son Mace Henderson at home today. Very disappointed he couldn't come and spend the day at the cricket, but he's got the sniffles, and of course when you've got the sniffles you have to stay home, and just drops it just to the left of bat pad. But of course Mace loves his cricket that much, he'll be sitting at home watching it. And g'day buddy, and make sure you clean your room as well. So we all want that room clean before I get home.
He hasn't been to Brisbane the last 2 weeks, has he, Luke? Actually, I did get a phone call from Cricket Victoria rep Jason Mathers today, asking if anyone had been to Brisbane the last 2 weeks to make sure that we're all COVID compliant. And of course, the TDCA has really accepted it and adopted all COVID measures this year. And bowling Stumps again. Already, Nat's taken 2 slips out, and he's put them, in catching positions around the bat. Well, not around the bat, but front of the bat, I should say. And he sums you up pretty quick, old Nat. I think it was one ball I faced last week, and he just said, all right, I'll have another gully, and I'll have you just move around a little bit. And he just summed me up perfectly after one little shuffle across Nick's game.
I can't believe he gave you one ball before putting in an extra gully and slip and so forth.
Well,
Obviously,
we haven't played against each other for a while. Natty would have remembered me when I was actually bowling okay, so...
He's obviously moved away.
It's been a long time ago. Shocked one out there. One for 17 off 8 so far. It's fantastic to have all the scores and all that on our system this year, and it couldn't have been done without obviously Workforce Extensions, who are just an amazing contributor to the TDCA and provide brilliant staff, and then also provide just fantastic things like this as well. We've also got as a sponsor Russell North, who's jumped on board. He loves getting involved in local sporting, just anything really, as a local superstar sportsman himself, so could not hold him back from chucking in a little bit of money towards this today, as have McDonald's, East State Credit, AGL as always, and AMPM, who have been an amazing contributor for the Player of the Year all year.
Absolutely, and as I go through the comments of the YouTube, Mace Henderson is the leader at the moment with 15 messages to Dad, and including one, Luke Henderson, talk to your son. So he's getting a little bit aggressive, but I'm glad that Mace is actually spelling correctly, so it's good. The education system's working a treat at the moment. Also, Peter Donovan, hello to you as well, watching. I can't believe he's watching cricket. Normally a car racing fan, but great to see him tuning in as well. The wonderful thing about the live stream is that we get to showcase the TDCA and the wonderful players, the grand finals, and it goes right around the world. We've had people tuning in from all over the place over the last few years. Those that love their clubs can't be around to watch it live, so they do watch it on the live stream. And what's been so great is the TDCA being the leaders in this, and now all local cricket associations doing the same. And the more we promote the wonderful sport of cricket, the better it is for everybody. And we need to get people really interested in continuing to play this great game of cricket.
We've been shown up by Sale Mafra last weekend, live streaming all 4 grades apparently, which is just amazing. I don't think they provided the expert commentary though, Luke, but to live stream not only just your A grade as your showcase game, but also your B's, your C's, and your fourths as well. Amazing from Sale Mafra, and we called their first live stream grand final, and they've just taken it above and beyond now, which is great to see. So yeah, I love the fact that everyone's doing it and trying to one up each other.
Absolutely. And Bumble's just looking, Matt Robinson Bumble's looking really good at the moment. Just looks confident, doesn't he, at the crease? And we were a little bit surprised. We saw the long levers walk out to bat, and we assumed it was Geordie Gilmore. The little surprise move of being Matt Robinson, and so far it's just looking like it's another little masterstroke thus far.
I'm going to claim Robbo as a jumper wearer, even though it's just a long shirt. I'll put him in he's got he's in for half a membership. He was a restricted member, but he has looked very comfortable. The one thing that Robertsons don't have a lack of is confidence. So whether he's walking out at number 3 or number 8, and he could be playing A, B or C grade, he's going to go about it the exact same way. He bats a very bit different to his dad used to bat. His dad had a very unique setup in his technique while waiting for the ball to come down. Used to absolutely smash the ball hard through covers, and had these big forearms and a bit of a cocky stride to him as well. But Robbo sets up a little
squeezes one out. Don't think it carried, went along the ground, but just straight into that bat pad. And as you were saying earlier, Nick, sorry to butt in, but that bat pad, the change of fields, Nat's seen something here, and all of a sudden he's coming into play.
Sam Marks won't shy away from headbutting a couple under there. That's for sure. And it just changes your setup and completely as a batsman, especially against a new ball. That any ball can leap and just take a glove or a handle.
And Matthew Barry and Hayden Richards also tuning in and watching as well. So it's great to see the young fellas around the league tuning into the live stream as well. If they're not here, they're probably at home gaming and watching this off their phone or something like that. There'd be some sort of gaming with the young fellas of today.
Matt Barry, obviously junior, the Kookaburra Rising Star this year, had an excellent season at GCL level in the under-18s, and where he's going to be one to watch for, Luke.
Up-and-coming star, no doubt. a rising star, and another very good leave, and the hands go back, and just missing the off stump.
I did get told a little story at presentation night about Lee Stockdale, who's playing in this game, that before the Toongabbie ex-students match, Lee took Matt out for a little bit of a one-on-one coaching session and gave him a few little pointers. Now, I thought that was very unlike Lee Stockdale, but it just shows that the GCL captain and leader of this association is looking for the next guys to come through and play a big part.
And play at ex-students, of course, next season.
Good shot.
Oh, beautiful shot, covered drive, good fielding by Dunn, saves a boundary, and but a beautiful shot there by Dyke.
Yep, great fielding by Dunn. That's why he's me second, what were we calling them? X-Factors?
X-Factors. The TDCA X-Factor. He's come into the play so far, the first TDCA X-Factor. Very good piece of fielding. And Hayden Richards confirming that he's not gaming today. He's actually watching B grade live and A grade on the screen, so that's fantastic. So great to see the young fellas watching their cricket, playing their cricket. And will this be a long spell? Just change the tune. Will this be a long spell, or do you think a quick, short, sharp spell by Marks and be replaced by Freitag?
I think Busk will come on before Nat. I think Nat will save himself. Oh, well bowled again. I don't think Nat's got too many spells in him, so I think he'll want to save himself for the big name players that ex-students have, and that'll be fireworks when we get that. But I think Busk is your workhorse, and I think Frank will go for as long as he can, but it looks like he is starting to get a little bit tired already.
And leaves that one again.
We'll change the tactic, round the wicket now.
And Brad Priestley watching from Ballon. So not quite sure where Ballon is. That would be that'd be more you're more of the geography type of expert out of the two of us, Nick. So if you could just tell me where that is, that'd be great. And of course, Dr. Google will come into play and let us know what's going on. But g'day to Brad watching from Ballon. And it looks like Busk is warming up. So one to you here, Nick. So it looks like a nice little warm up here by Busker. The Busker, as he is known as.
Ballon's out past Melbourne, in between Melbourne and Ballarat. So he's winning our the furthest caller in today. Well bowled.
And Nick, as the secretary of the TDCA, you would have been under a lot of pressure at the start of the year just to get things up and running, coming out of COVID and so forth, and just share some of the challenges that you faced, even trying to get a season up and running.
It was really just clarity around the rules about what you could do and what you couldn't do, and I think all the players and all the officials really adapted well to it. It was probably more put back. Cricket Victoria helped us out a lot, and Jason Matthews and the VCCL, they all sent us down a lot of information, which was great, and it was relayed to the clubs, and the clubs just adopted it because they knew that to survive and to get a season up, this is what had to be done. So the risk was that we just go through what football did and you don't get to play at all, so everyone just adapted to survive, and they've done really well like that. He's throwing a nice little spell. I don't think Dykey likes him coming over the wicket here, around the wicket, sorry. And I think this is good. 3 slips in the gully, still in, aggressive field. I probably wouldn't mind seeing that square leg be taken out and put into a bit more of an aggressive position, but that's probably the only fault that I've got at the moment with him. He is leaving it well though, Dykey, so watch this space. And news has come through from the Traralgon Recreation Reserve that Yarram has won the toss and the bowling, thanks to Gav Fernanda, who's also sent through a little sniper shot about Master of Wine, saying that Master of Wine performed like Gormdale's batsman last weekend. So nothing better than some constructive criticism from the president.
So Cam Green, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Frank Marks, 5 overs, 1 for 7. The big wicket of pride early. Very economical, both bowlers. And the game still just has that little bit of nervousness about it. No sides quite on top yet after the first 11 overs.
It is starting to fill up a bit now as well. There's Brett Duncan, a former TDCA cricketer over there, who's, I believe, hit Peter Siddle onto the roof of this very club room one day. So that's his claim to fame. I think Peter came on to be a little bit better cricketer than you did, Dunks, but that's unfortunate. But yeah, I'd still wear that as a badge of honour. Just a bit tentative, I think, there.
Yeah, just started to prop forward now instead of when he first came out to bat really waiting, and now he just seems to be propping forward. And I think maybe Marks probably isn't the right bowler, but trying to just push him back a little bit and get his feet, just get his mindset to change would be a really good move from a bowler. Does play the short ball well, but it's more about just stopping him, propping forward.
I think something's going to give you, Luke. I've just got that feeling. Frank Marks is that kind of guy. He just gets a wicket when he wants one, and I like the field. I like the way they're bowling. I like the stumps. I like the length. I just think that something's going to happen. I think that a little catch here to Al Jenkin might be on the cards.
The big mitts of Jenkin at short mid-off. Just whips it around. and nearly an overthrow as well there, Nick's. So good build up. Peter Doyle with a Go Sharks as well. So a Sharks man, the good Peter Doyle, local bloke. Obviously watching it on, might be at work today, I would have thought, Doyley, and watching it out there. Well, he wouldn't be watching it at work. It might be the brew break or something. But it's good to see him supporting his Sharks. Well, that's the one trying to bring short mid on into play, silly mid on into play. And a big shout out to the Doc and Perksy watching today from the Glen Pub. It's on the big screen at the pub out there. So would love to see what type of state they're in around about 6:50 when we finish tonight. Great that it's on at the Glen Pub. All the locals will be coming out to watch their beloved Glengarry. Whether it's football or cricket, the town supports them, and it's great to see that the pub, the Glen, is supporting the TDCA, but also obviously the Glengarry Cricket Club.
Well, Glengarry Pub's been a really good contributor to TDCA Country Week. They always more than willing to sponsor, the Toongabbie and Glengarry players who go down, and they've been big sponsors of Glengarry and Toongabbie throughout the seasons also.
Beautiful shot, mid-on, an on drive, goes down to the boundary, save your legs, and we'll come back Doesn't quite, don't save your legs, run them all out. But a beautiful 3. Another beautiful shot by Robertson. He's off drive, leg glance, and on drive. His wagon wheel's looking fantastic at the moment. And just as the things fall down around us.
Good shot. Another good shot. We're just having some issues in the truck at the moment with the wind, but that's okay. We'll get that sorted out. It's not. Cam Graham to bowl to Matthew Dyke. Oh, and a little bit of a rising delivery there. It's just turned him inside out. Fantastic delivery. Well received by Ben Marks. Looks like Nat Freitag is warming up a little bit here as well. And, yeah, a lot in this deck. It's going to be another interesting period, as we keep saying.
The sun that popped out before brought a little bit of heat into the day. It's just gone again, just tucked behind a cloud. Freezing day for cricket. Very football weather. You can smell the fire. A frothy around the fire would be fantastic right now.
Good shot.
Beautiful shot. Driven straight down the ground. They'll come back for 3. The ball doesn't quite get all the way for 4. Beautiful shot. The driving's been a treat today. On drives and off drives. And that's one of the risks of trying to bowl full. Obviously, you want them driving, but when you're a little bit full like that, you're not really going to snick people off, It's just that it's got to be a little bit shorter of a length, and just to allow the slips to come into play.
Yeah, that's right. You just overpitch a touch and you're gone, especially against someone like Dyke.
And that's the spot where I think you need to be.
Followed it up with a tree.
That's the spot where you need to be. Just short of a length. Get the batsman stuck between playing two different shots. And with that little bit of balloon bounce, a little bit of, balloon bounce is probably the right terminology, making it difficult. And the first change, your TDCA X Factor, the busker, replacing Marks. Marks with the big wicket. Got the first one. 1 for 22. Has a nice little spell here. And the busker will come on, who bowled 4 wickets, 3 wickets last week in a semi-final, bowled extremely well. And can he get the second breakthrough?
Does bowl a heavy ball. And that's what we found last week. He took 4. Cam did the damage early for him last week, and then he came on and really ripped the middle order of Gormy apart. So he bowls a heavy ball. He will, challenge that edge of the bat. And I think the way that Dyke and Robbo play, with that very, very straight bat, I think that he will be a challenge for these guys. We did see Dill Freitag pop his head in before as well. Dylan, come back if you're listening. We're more than happy to have a bit of a talk and give one of us a chop out, as I'm sure you'd love to talk about your brother or someone else.
Just be like sitting at the cricket club. Or on the GCL bus. Or via Messenger, or whatever it might be. A very proud brother he is.
Very proud indeed.
And that's that heavy ball that you're talking about, isn't it? Dyke, not too many troubles. Got well forward there. But definitely from a bowler, you feel like that's where you want to be. That's the length. Really get your batsman reaching. So when one does take off, hopefully find that edge. and carry through the slips or keeper.
More of a traditional field here, 2 slips of gully, and then ringed up a little bit around the outfield with a fine leg down there just to settle everyone and make sure that the big bop doesn't come on the field.
Oh, no bat pad for the start of the busker. Bounced off the bat nicely.
I reckon just came back at him a fraction that one, and yeah, just give him a little bit of challenge. But he did. He played it nicely in the end, and he just squirted it out to square leg. Good shot.
Slaps it through covers. And a beautiful shot. It's a race to the end. Oh, and
He got it.
beautiful fielding. Saves it. Thought it was going to go all the way. A beautiful piece of fielding. And I thought he was going to go head first into the big pillow. It just misses the pillow. And that's the best piece of fielding for the day.
This is why the paper give him a big write-up, Luke.
Oh, your boy. The next Ricky Ponting.
No, Gary Pratt, I called him. Gary. So no, and that's what he does. He covers the ground absolutely brilliantly, and he's got a rocket arm on him too. So, yeah, fantastic piece of play. He saved his team one, and who knows if that will make a difference or not. One for 28, Dyke on 10, Robertson 11. Dyke just doing Dyke things, 10 off 41. Plenty of patience. He looks like he's setting himself for a really good score here, big 50 or something like that. Cam Graham bowling around the wicket again.
Ooh. Bowling his 8th over straight. So it's a big spell, an 8 over spell.
It's just keeping him interested, isn't it? That little bit of tennis ball off a reasonable length. I think he's really challenged Dykey there and will continue to do so. They've lost a slip now, though. Put him into a mid-off so he can bowl that fuller length if need be. And, we'll see if that changes anything. Good shot. Like we keep saying, don't be shy. If you're at the ground, come and say g'day. Dill, we know you're around. To the Latrobe boys over there, they're currently worshipping a Anthony Bloomfield idol. So if you've got some time to spend over here, guys, and break away from that, please come and have a talk to us. We're more than happy to have a talk, as we do have a special guest jumping into the box very soon to talk to Luke.
And as we welcome the TDCA Life member and president of the Gormadale Cricket Club, welcome Gav Fernanda.
Oh, thanks, Luke. What a day. It's great that we've got a start, and they're about 10 minutes off starting at the Rec Reserve.
And Yarram's won the toss and batting down at the Rec Reserve, so... Graham just short of a length, just finding that short of a length spot, and Dyke not having too many issues at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it, for ex-students? Just what they wanted, being sent into bat, and they'll just bat like they normally do and get a couple of 100 runs on the board and make it very hard for Glengarry.
Of course, we've got the president of the Gormandale Cricket Club here, Gav Fernanda, very proud Gormandale man, but last Saturday, disappointed.
Yeah, it wasn't a great way to finish. It was a great year all round for the club, but geez, it's one of those things in finals. Winning the toss isn't normally probably the thing you really want to do, because it's one of those things where you're always going to be blamed, aren't you? But Glengarry were just far too good. They just bowled so well, and they they deserved their grand final spot. Our batting was really just atrocious. We picked the day to have our worst performance for the year. So, but no, look, to finish the year second, it's our first finals appearance in a couple of years. So, I'm really proud of the boys and the way we were as a club this year.
And the busker to continue. Bowls that heavy ball. We'll move a little bit away traditionally with the swing and then just try to bowl the off cutter that comes back in a little bit. And Robinson, that has that little bit of a gap. Won't be a gap there when you bowl a full toss, but has that little bit of a gap where he plays just away from his body, so they'll be trying to target that area here, I would have thought.
Yeah, big move, isn't it? Matt Robinson coming in first drop, and smart move from Lee, really, because, geez, haven't they got some big guns to come in Stockdale and Gilmore, and they're hoping Best can play a couple of quarters over at Inverloch and then race back here this afternoon. So it's just all sitting well at 1 for 28. Ex-students are just really setting up a really good score as the wind comes through the truck.
Or Scammell's ass leaning against the truck.
What a great crowd already, Luke. The cars out the front are all packed in. The road, the hill. This is fantastic, isn't it? The one thing about Duncan Cameron is it's small and compact, but when you know you've got a big crowd, don't you? When all the cars around the ground are just, there's nothing left, no more spots left.
We've been doing a few shout outs today from people watching and writing comments in the YouTube, and welcome to Neil Purdy, who's one of the greats of Gippsland cricket, Neil Purdy. He was a shithouse umpire, Gav, but he was a good bloke of cricket. I know Neil will enjoy that.
Yes, I never had the pleasure of Purd's umpiring me, but
weren't you lucky?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about his umpiring. Had a long chat to Purds during the week, and he had the honour during the week of presenting Kevin Lanigan with his life membership of the Sale Mafra Cricket Association. Well,
there's no doubt if you were speaking to Neil during the week, it wasn't a short chat. He does enjoy to talk, Neil Purdy, and talk cricket, but in a wonderful achievement by Kevin Lanigan, who's been a really good contributor to the Sale Mafra Cricket Association and still playing with the Goannas, I believe, the Gippsland Goannas. So loves his cricket, even as he matures in age, he's still playing the wonderful sport of cricket. Tries to hit the toes. And speaking of the Goannas, Gav, the big rumours going around that you'll be playing next year.
Silly, very silly, Luke. Only 55 and no chance. No chance. Although the first leg of the quaddie's coming up in Rosedale, so if you don't hear from...
Rosedale? The Rosedale?
Rose Hill.
If you're in Gippsland, just call into Rosedale Racetrack.
Sorry, the Rosedale Speedway's holding the slipper today. As one of our greats, Andy McMahon, he better come back and take over here, because I was only a guest spot for a little while. First drinks break, is it? So what is it? It's 1 for
28.
28, and I would say after what is it, 1 hour of play, it's 50-50.
Yep.
As Luke goes to sports bets.
No, I'm not, Kirsty, if you're watching at home. Obviously, you're not gambling anymore, Gavin. But while hypothetically, if I was to be looking at Sportsbet, Gav, Rose Hill in the next race, 3 minutes time, who would you be looking at?
Well, I would be looking at my quaddie 3 horses 1, 2 and 13, and it was a very good effort from Nick Scammell earlier in the day, tipping everyone for Master of Wine that had already the race had already been run 5 minutes after he tipped it.
So numbers 1, 2
and 13 is in my quaddie.
1, 2 and 13.
And
The
if
three
anyone's looking
three favourites, Gav, went right out there.
And if anyone's looking for tips, don't follow me because it's been a shocker so far.
Well, I'm betting against you, Gavin, so as you said, don't follow you. But I've got a nice little Hens Ruffy to be running here in the next. Dawn Passage, number 10. Should get about $14 for Dawn Passage. Has very good form on a soft track. Gay Waterhouse obviously likes her horses leading. And Dawn Passage at $14 is what I would hypothetically be looking at.
You're backing that because the street you live in is Dawn Passage, Dawn Grove, isn't it? Is what you live off? Or somewhere around there off Cozzy.
You've got no idea, do you, Gavin?
Is it Dawn Grove?
No, it's not at all.
What is it?
Well, I'm not going to tell
I
the
know which
not going
one
to tell
you
the
live in.
10,000 listeners my address, Gavin.
The street that runs near yours is Dawn Grove. I'm sure it is.
And I'm in Lawrence Grove.
Yes, I know me streets. I'll just Google that up right now. So, Dawn Passage. Good luck, Luke.
Thanks, Gavin. Well, it's the big first change for the day coming from Graham. A nice little spell to open up. But Nathan Freitag, Nat Freitag, will bowl some serious wheels right now, and this is the big moment of the day. Dyke probably hasn't faced someone in the last 2 years at this type of pace. We're really excited to see what Nathan can bring to the table. Three slips gully, point, cover, mid-off. Mid-off comes across now to mid-on, square leg and fine leg. And he's going to allow to Dyke to drive. Go and encourage him to drive.
This is a massive spell, this one. Glenn need to get a couple of wickets in this next hour.
And if you've got that background noise, it's because Gav refuses to watch races with the mute button on.
I don't think anyone will be reporting us to the media tribunal for this broadcast today with the amount of language that has already been used by yourself and Nick.
Been no bad language, Gavin.
I think we would have already been cut off. No, I'm only joking. You've been very professional.
Big shout for LB, and it's the one we talked about it. We talked about it was the big moment of the day, the big change. Squares Dyke up, rushes him through, and it's the big LB. The big moment of the day.
It looked pretty adjacent, didn't it? And it looked like it was around the just on the roll or below the roll, and didn't look like he was going too far forward. So Peter Baker had no hesitation, and that's a big wicket, big wicket. First couple of balls after the drinks break.
And Gav Sparger's watching on the live stream, and he's just wanted me to ask you, do you know where his credit card is?
Oh, jeez, shouldn't have mentioned that. It's been a tough day on the punt today, Spagger, so I hope Bob's not watching the actual account.
Big moment we talked about. Freitag straight after the drinks break. Graham did the work before drinks, 8 overs straight, 9 overs straight, and then Freitag comes in, rushes him on. The first ball was full, the second ball hits him straight, and Dyke out.
How big a moment is this now? Freitag and the informed Gilmore. Wow.
Gilmore, the superstar, massive season, big moment. Last grand final he played here was a first baller. Freitag on, and this time straight out to cover, does it quite easy. Gav's now gone on to Musselbrook or something like that to see if you've got the background noise.
This is Rose Hill.
I think he's watching replays of Val. Oh, bit of swing. And a run. Well done. He's off the mark.
Off strike, settles the nerves. Robinson on strike, watched his mate Dyke get out at the start of the over. Not too many issues.
They're just nice and compact. Played it really well. Oh, I've got to give a shout out to the Dragon sitting at home watching watching the broadcast, and little Vinny's pointing at the TV saying "Dad" as well.
Well, that's beautiful. But in modern times, Nick, obviously when you're referring to your partner and your wife, a little bit more affection would be nice in modern times, please.
Definitely a term of endearment. She's got a couple of nicknames for me, which I won't mention. Luke. And Gav's just come second there in a by a nose, Gav.
Yeah.
Not happy, so there we go.
Now we can hopefully either get out of the truck or turn the mute button on. Oh, the big moment goes down.
And unfortunately, Dunn has dropped him. My first X Factor's been dropped by the second X Factor, so hopefully it doesn't cost him too much.
Trying to hit pads.
And the Dales just sent me a lovely text message to say thanks for giving me a shout out. So you're welcome, Dale. I'll be home. I'm sure I'll be let in as well.
Tries to hit pads again. I think since the drinks break, they've just tried to straighten it up a little bit, go a lot more stump to stump. The 5 overs before the drinks break, they probably going a little bit wider, trying to find the snicks. I think they've assessed the pitch and gone stump to stump. That's that Yorker. That's that stump to stump we're talking about again. And the umpires today, Nick, Mr. Secretary of the TDCA. Big moment here. Not many people sure what's happening. Half a little run-out chance.
We'd all just turned off for a second there, and the game was still on.
And I'm just watching the replay, and what it looks like here is the batsman's gone down to clear the stumps, to mark down where the ball's hit. Bails have come off, not out.
I think in that case the ball has to be dead, doesn't it?
Yeah. Big moment. And it's something that we'll watch again. An amazing little bit of play. Robinson just comes down to... Gilmore goes down to just pat down the pitch. Ball comes off. We can't see from here whether his leg's in or out, but Glengarry were very comfortable, very confident that it was out. Big moment.
Well, he could have been out twice in this over.
Been a big over.
Oh, well bowled.
Big over there. Drop catch, half run out chance, and a really good last ball of the over. The busker making things happen.
Gilmore not looking too comfortable at the moment. Just a couple little things going there, and Glengarry have swung the momentum around a bit.
I wonder whether Peter Baker was actually aware that was what was happening. And no, I'm not trying to hang it on him, but he just didn't look like he was fully aware of what they were appealing for. I think he might have been watching the field, and suddenly the bails came off.
Oh, Fernanda with the controversies.
Isn't it amazing though? Ex-students just don't drop catches, do they? They are such a good fielding team, and you've come into a grand final, and the hottest batsman in Gippsland has already been dropped. And wow, could this be a match-defining moment?
Fry tag to continue. Pushes Robinson back a little bit.
So we've got a little updated score from B grade, Nick.
So ex-students after being sent in 1 for 4 with Adam Yench out for a duck, a second ball duck. Mitch Membry's currently on 4, and Daniel Trees, the B grade player of the year, is on nothing.
So last week's century maker and the captain is already out, and it was interesting watching them there. And Jonty just didn't look like he wanted to actually get the game underway. They were still complaining about run-ups, and Yarram were all ready to go, and they won the toss and happily bowled. So, yeah, big moment down there.
Streaky shot outside off. Races down to third man for 4. And just a little bit of a breather. No chance there. Ball went to ground, but found the gap, went for 4. And of course, the mighty TDCA GCL side this year, Nick, getting the win. A fantastic game down at Warragul. Another game grand final affected by rain, but multiple players playing today that played in that history-making weekend.
Yeah, it's been just a dominant year from Traralgon on a GCL seniors perspective. Our juniors, unfortunately, struggled a little bit, but our senior team having, I think Lee Stockdale said it Wednesday night. He said that probably out of the 15 best players in the competition, we had 12 of those best 15 playing in that grand final team and across the whole season. So, 4 guys to be named Black Caps for the year, amazing achievement, and obviously Stockdale himself with being named the captain of the representative of the Black Caps, and also making 100 against powerhouse Sale Mafra, and really leading from the front. The grand final at Warragul was an amazing effort, and a lot of credit has to go to Warragul and to Western Park as a cricket club. They were incredibly professional, and the way they went about preparing that game and getting it ready for play was just unbelievable. And Warragul, we had a really good win against them, but they gained a lot of respect from the TDCA for their efforts that day, and amazing achievement, and well done to them.
Change rooms were fantastic, weren't they?
Gavin, we're about to kick Gavin out, everyone, so that's okay. We're going to put the mute button on him.
That's
from
one
now
for
on.
George.
Gav just thinks we're sitting in the sheds at Stoddard, just having a chat amongst friends, not realising we're going out live.
Nah, it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? But no, it was an amazing effort by the TDCA, a 7-team comp to the smallest in the region to win the GCL is just incredible. Our second grand final in 3 years, and as Nick said, to have the best players play GCL this year was amazing, and credit to the TDCA executive for putting so much time into GCL, and yourself, Luke, as super coach. It was a great effort.
Pretty easy job when the best players are playing. Makes it very easy. The busker continues. Just squaring Gilmore up a little bit here. Tries to hit him on the toes again. Definitely a ploy to hit him on the toes, isn't it? No doubt about it. And what a moment. Dunn puts down Gilmore on one. Could that be a major factor, Nick?
He is very deep out there, and he had to come forward quite a bit. I think that could have been probably the difference. If he had been maybe up in front of the umpire, just a touch more, he would have got it comfortably. But yeah,
Tries to hit toes again. Well, what I think happens here is, and I'm not too sure that's where he's been asked to field or whether he's just sitting next to the square leg umpire, but Baker seems to be a long way back for a square leg umpire, and therefore maybe that's just the starting point. So he might be a little bit confused there. If Baker moves up 5 to 8 metres, does he move up? And all of a sudden that catch goes straight into his chest.
I worry when the square leg umpire is back that far and they're not actually using binoculars. That is always a worry in cricket.
all right, everyone, and thank you, Gav, for attending the commentary box for today. I'm sure we'll get you back at some point. It's been marvellous. Good shot.
Just before the next race, we might be able to broadcast live.
Well, I'm out of the quaddy. It's been your pleasure.
20 overs gone. The score is 2 for 34. Just as Gavin yourself was saying, Luke, that ex-students were probably on top. It's just swung right back around again, and a wicket here with a settled Robertson and a scratchy Gilmore to start off with has been would be massive.
Yeah, definitely looking scratchy early. And Jai Eccles over in WA tuning in live streaming as well. So
We've now gone interstate, so there's another tick.
clubhouse leader for furthest.
Good shot.
Beautiful shot. Rocks back on 1 foot and puts the short ball away. Last week when I was receiving those ones, I wasn't rocking back to play any shots. I was ducking for cover, and Gilmore stands and delivers.
Yeah, well, I think he must have heard me say he's looking a little scratchy, and he's just decided to plant one down the hill at DCP. So, yeah, you get a little bit... Sorry, Dill's just coming over to stick up for Nat for getting hit for 4. And, yeah, a really good shot. So, we'll see what happens with this ball. And, yeah, that might just be the one to get Gilmore going.
Yeah, absolutely. One shot sets you up, doesn't it? How does he respond? Another short ball, this time a yard quicker. Maybe the first one was the setup bouncer and the second one was the real one.
The old West Indies slower short ball. Yep. Quicker one.
And facing him last week, I actually ended up having to attend a doctor's appointment on Tuesday after being hit in the regions you don't want to, Nick. And you were a bowler of destruction yourself, causing a similar injury to someone else.
A little shout out to Jordan Pearce, who will be watching it somewhere, maybe.
Or Uni, as is known as Uni.
Oh yeah. That's a lesson for the kids out there. Mace, if you're listening, always have the correct protection on when you're facing any bowler. Doesn't have to be too quick to cause some injuries. So, yeah, everyone's always make sure you kit it up and wearing a jumper as well. Two for 12 down at the rec now. Ex-students, Mitch Membry is the next wicket out. Caught by Ampland off the bowling off Swift. So 2 for 12 down at the rec, and I think your mate Paul Richards won't be listening for too much longer, Luke. He'll be out there batting and doing what he did in last year's final, making a really good start.
Another big shout. Given not out. A little bit of lip as well. And you can always tell when Baker's not out because his left, if you look at his right leg, it turns inwards. So when as a bowler, you know if he stands still, the finger's going up. And you know if his leg starts twitching and moving, that it's not out. There's a little point for you, Nick. So we'll just watch this over the next 2 days. There's my tip.
Well, there you go. So what was out again?
Out is completely still. The legs don't move. And if it's not out, the right leg points in.
Well, he twitched on me last week, and I was facing up for the next ball, and then he gave me out. So
I might have missed that one.
Just one down leg side there. Robertson's missed out on possibly a little one or two. The score is 2 for 38. I reckon that over just livened up Gilmore a little bit as well. I think he's just gone, you know what, I'm in this game now. He just started out, wasn't real comfortable against Bus, but he looks like a lot more assured now.
Yep, absolutely. Going a long down leg, and if you're gonna run down the wicket with your hands in the air, you want it to pitch in line.
That reminded me of a bit of a Nick Turnbull trying to buy a goal when it goes over the top of the post, that one. And I'm sure he will tune in at some point. Nick, he likes to talk about cricket. He has the record for the highest ever A-grade batting average for a season with about 167.
Oh, big snick straight to first slip. As easy as it comes in the slips cordon, and that one goes down. Wow.
And that's just dropped a dolly, unfortunately.
And it's one of those moments where just the whole game stopped.
No one really knows what's happened there.
Wow. The busker.
Robbo's not put a foot wrong yet, and yeah, he's just... This might be his day. This might be Robbo's day. Watch out. Watch this space. There's a bit of a lull around the ground now, actually. No one really knows what to say.
Unbelievable.
I see James Pride walking around. He might pop in at some point. He's usually a regular on these types of initiatives that the TDCA does, and he's always good to talk to. He tells it how it is, Jim, so we'll see what he says.
Well, I just can't believe what we've just seen here. Slow sneak straight to first slip. Keeper stands still. Hits Freitag in the chest. And it goes down 2 drop catches in the last 6 overs. Wow-wee.
We'll find out if it's the difference, but at this stage, you don't want to be dropping catches in grand finals. Yeah, wow. Unbelievable over. 22nd over.
Two for 38. Robinson 15 not out, being given a chance. Gilmore 6 not out, being given the chance. Dyke's already out. LBW bowled Nat Freitag for 10. James Pride caught and bowled. A beautiful caught and bowled by Frank Marks, out for 4. 2 for 38.
I think there's a little bit of wind out the sails at the moment. Glenn's just gone a touch flat, not knowing
very quiet,
yeah,
not
knowing what
Glengarry-ish.
to do. You know, it's just been a weird, a weird couple of overs, I think.
Certainly. Of course, we had the controversial run out. We've had the 2-drop catches, but still, it doesn't seem like there's energy and enthusiasm out in that crowd at the moment. Out in the field.
Nice tight leave there. They need a wicket. They need a wicket to get themselves going.
This session will go through to 4:40, so another half hour of play, big half hour if the game's to advance for Glengarry. You'd think another 1 for 2 for they would need. We talked about the superstar in Geordie Gilmore, but this year 11 innings is 200s, 350s, highest score of 169, 683 runs with an average of 97.57. Wow.
Also got a big 100 in the one-day final where he just smashed it. And, you know, that game for the VCCL and the East versus West match as well, I think he got retired on 80 after he just bludgeoned the best bowling attack the west side of Victoria has to offer. So he's been in some absolute stellar form this year. And GCL, yeah, he made a few runs there. He wasn't out there for too long. He didn't bat for too long, but he still was able to just set a tone in GCL, opening the batting also. He's looking very well, very measured here, and he looks like he's going to take his time.
So of course the 683 runs doesn't include the extra 100 in the one-day grand final. So 3 centuries for the season in Geordie Gilmore, 169 versus Yarraman District, 129 versus Toongabbie, and 112 versus Gormandale, which was in that grand final, which would have been only off 70 balls. It was just amazing.
I think he got a 98 against Stumps off about 70 balls as well, and yeah, just an amazing season. He's seen them. Well, was seeing them like absolute beach balls. The Robertson bat looking pretty wide currently. Yeah, need to find that edge. We need.
Well, he did earlier.
I know. It's just I just can't believe it. Still, I think it's one of those things. Moments, big moments in games. And in the Bs at the rec, 2 for 20 are ex-students with Trees and Millington at young gun, Nick Millington at the crease. Oh, and a very good shot there to young Robbo. He's hit it, and he's been able to cut it off for 4 and just run the 2 there. Very, very nice shot. He's looking more and more relaxed as the game goes on here. And like we keep saying, very good crowd in here. It's not the best day, but it is a good day still for cricket. It's a grand final, and that's what we love to see. Very lucky to have been able to play a grand final last year before COVID hit. You know, this time last year there was a lot of uncertainty, so to be playing again, it's fantastic. And another good shot back to the bowler. Hasn't been able to get it past him. Again, he's looking good here, Luke.
Yeah, looking really good. It's been a masterstroke by Stockdale to put him up there, batting at 3. Obviously, with Best not being here, needed to find that next top order batsman, and he's done really well. Oh! Little 10% chance there. They're the grand final moments where sometimes they just stick and it changes the ball game. Not a real chance, you wouldn't have thought, but great effort by the busker. Stuck out the big left hand, couldn't quite get it. But again, Robinson starting to bat with some confidence.
Yep.
those shots.
Still a little uppish though. Like just that end might be holding up a fraction, and yeah, the bowlers have been able to extract that a little bit. Little shout out from Brendan Peavy sitting at home in the Tiger Cave. There's a bit going on in there, isn't it? If those walls could talk, Luke.
Yeah, exactly. If you're talking about trying to fill a little guest spot tomorrow and fill in an hour or two, just ask Peeves about cricket, and the game will just drift away from you. Loves his cricket.
Peeves does his own podcast as well, so
he's a professional.
To get a you know,
big chance. He's walked.
He's given him.
I told you when the leg stands still, the finger goes up. Marks takes the catch and charges. Gilmore doesn't look excited. Does not look excited by that. Walks off with his head low, but the big wicket by Freitag gets Gilmore.
And we've just had someone run over to the box, Luke, to celebrate the wicket. None other than older brother Dylan, who we're trying to hold. Dill, let go of the mic, Dill. We're just trying to hold him back. Damn it! We're just going to calm him down before he. We'll let Dill discuss that though, because that was definitely a controversial one. But in saying that, he's been dropped. It might have just been the cricketing gods just saying there's a little leveler for you, Jordan.
And it's justified when the leg stands still, nothing happens. It means it's out. Leg stands still, it's out.
There we go.
And in comes Mr. TDCA himself, Lee Stockdale. An experienced leader, big wicket. Big wicket. The best thing about a wicketkeeper is one that knows how to make sure the umpire knows whether it's out or not. Marks took the catch, shook it, ran, and no choice but to give it out. Big moment.
Yeah, amazing.
And welcome to your first TDCA live stream, Gormandale coach, and of course a very excited brother in Dylan Freitag.
Thanks, Luke. Thanks for having me. Yeah, just bowling back of a length, hitting good spots. Quickly spoke to Stocky earlier, mate, and he goes that batting at this end of the ground looks a lot easier than batting at the other end. He thought that Cam bowled from the wrong end, so thinking the ball was popping more from the end that Frank started at. Yep. So I think Stocky knows this ground as well as anyone. He's played here for 6 weeks out of the last 7, so you would think that he'd be able to read that quite well. And again, mate, just hitting back of the length, hitting it to square leg for no run.
It just appears the tactic to Gilmore was to be full and try and hit him on the toes and pads, but the first 2 balls to Lee have been just short of a length, so maybe just pulling the length back a little bit to Stockdale.
Yeah, and I think we try to do that as much as we can too. Stocky's always looking to get off the mark quickly, and he normally just blocks and runs in the mid-wicket or a cover, so pushing back doesn't allow him to get that stride forward or to get that quick single.
Squares him up, shoots out to gully. 3 for 40, 24 overs, 3 for 40. Game very evenly poised at the moment. Best still playing football, so won't be batting anytime soon.
No, and I wouldn't surprise if he's not here before 5 o'clock.
Yeah, well, the rule being 90 minutes, you'll have to, if that's the case, 5 o'clock would be 90 minutes, you'll have to wait, or 7 wickets, whatever comes first. And one of the things I didn't realise, it actually goes into the next day as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge, especially if they can go bang bang here, Glengarry, and then you get Jackson McMahon and Rick Batista in, who they're quality batsmen, yes, but they also like jumping on the coattails of Lee and Jacko, and Geordie when they're batting at 3 for 200, not 5 for 40.
Big moments.
It's interesting to see what Glengarry do here with 20 minutes to go. Does Nat keep bowling himself? Does he bring Cameron Graham back on to have a go at at Lee, or do they go to Al Jenkins for 2 or 3 overs to get through a couple more?
And let's talk through, we talked about the wonderful wicket from your brother then, but let's talk about the drop catch. The tradition of the TDCA live stream is to a little few drive-bys as you're in the seat still, but straightforward.
That was shell and peas, mate, and knowing how much pride he takes in his fielding, and the way that they caught last week against us, it's a surprise. But 2 in 4 overs what they dropped, what could have been 4 for 40, mate, and just a different ball game again.
Absolutely.
Just looks like Bumble's very tentative getting forward. His back foot goes away from him. He's only getting his foot straight down the wicket, not getting across. So if Hamish can get one to jag back a little bit from this angle, mate, I think the Castle's there to be knocked over.
Oh, squirts out through cover. Missing point in cover. Gets off the strike.
Have we got any updates in the B grade game there, Hendo?
Yeah, just looking there now, and 3 for 22 ex-students. Yench out for second ball dark. Membry caught Bland, bowled Swift for 11. Trees, the big wicket of Trees, bowled by Griffiths for 5. And Nick Millington and Daniel Churchill now batting. So 3 for 22 at the rec reserve.
Playing the full day, or are they...
Started late, so they'll have to make up some overs. So Yarram doing the right thing by themselves and getting those wickets, and obviously chasing the 10 wickets they need.
Hamish just hitting a good length there to Stocky again, not letting him get forward, not letting him prod into cover to get off the mark, put as much pressure on him as possible.
Bowling his 7th over now. He misses that one. Wide outside off, misses. 6.4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7. Bowling a really good spell here without, really any luck. Obviously the drop catch. 2 drop catches off him as well. Gilmore at square leg by Dunn, and Freitag at first slip, which was a really unusual. The whole game just stopped because it was slow. It just dollied to him. And it went down.
Like Scam spoke earlier, mate, this is his X factor right here, bowling to Stockdale now. Off his hip down to fine leg for 1, scampers through, looks for 2. Well fielded by Kane Graham down there. But yeah, this is Scam's X factor, mate. He showed us how to bowl on our home deck last week, and the way he's bowling now just shows that he's actually in a really good vein of form right now.
Yep. Just dangles that bat there, trying to aim for pads.
And that's what he really done well last week, Hamish. He just bowled lines and lengths and then used his change-up as the one that was aiming at the stumps, and it worked really well for him. .26 overs down, next student's 3 for 42. What do you think's par here at the moment, mate? Going into lunch in 15 minutes, tea at 15 minutes time, where do you think the game's sitting at the moment?
Yeah, look, I think Glengarry have just got that little bit in front at the moment. 3 for 40. You would have taken that sending a team in. 4 for 40, 4 for 50. That's really where they want to be. And that'll make that last session really interesting if they're 4 wickets down. Still no best. Whoa. Starts to get nervous.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you be? You wouldn't want to lose 2 more here before the interval, especially with another long session afterwards. There's no real time for the captain or anyone to head out to the wicket to get the guy's head screwed back into the game. Catch it. Got in.
Off the face of the bat. It's the big wicket. Big catch by Marks. Off the face of the bat. And we've got the bang bang. Big wicket. Big wicket. Great catch. Unusual piece of batting. Went to pull out of it. And Freitag gets the 3. And that's what we talked about. That extra pace, that extra bit of zip is going to trouble these batsmen who in the last 5 years of the TDCA hasn't had anything like it.
No, and it's really well caught by Ben. They must have gone away from Stocky. I think he's bowled everything in lately. Wasn't any fuller than what he had been bowling, but I think it just went across him and just wanted to get the bat out of the way, but unfortunately he's hit the bone of the bat and Ben's taken a good catch behind the stumps.
Fantastic piece of keeping. He is the TDCA wicket-keeper of the year. He is the GCL Premiership wicket-taker. Absolutely loved playing GCL this year, and he admitted for probably the first time in his life he's enjoyed playing representative cricket, and he's just taken an absolute blinder. We talked about 4 down. We talked about 5 down and the pressure that it has. There's still 15 minutes until the tea break. This is a big 15 minutes. And McMahon comes out, left armour to left-hander. Ball coming into his pads. LB, very suspect LB early. Must target pads here. Must target them.
You would think so. And his natural action is to go away from a left-hander. Obviously, he can go in. He can go high. Too, as we found out last week, mate, sniffing a little bit of leather. Not like Geordie saw any of it. He just pulled it straight off his nose to the fence. But it'd be interesting to see what he does here against the Lecky.
3 slips in a gully. Off. Edges out to point.
Bit of pressure on the young kid here. I know he's experienced, but when's the last time students who were 4 for 40 in a grand final with Jacko and Ricky to come with no Jack Bestill? Probably 2 years ago, thanks for that, Mr. El Presidente.
They always find a way, though, the Sharks. They find a way to scrap and keep themselves in the game. Oh, just missing Stumps. Goes between pad and bat. Forgot what you used there. Obviously, I've had a good season using it. That's what it's called, a bat. I still can't say it. If Purds are still watching, he always said I never used it, so no wonder I can't say it. Big over. Ex-students, 4 for 42. Gilmore out, Stockdale out, McMahon just new to the crease. And let's not also forget, Robinson's given a chance as well.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, mate, if they get one more here, they're right into this middle order of students, and it's going to be a real tight 10 minutes between now and lunch.
Dangles the bat out there, just went away from him, as you said, and goes through the keeper.
Sorry about that, folks. Just got a bit of a joker sitting behind us. Hamish coming in for his 8th over. It's bowled really well. No wickets for 8 runs. Oh, that's a bit of aggression from Bumble.
It was fighting fire with fire. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. Fantastic. Freitag 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9.
Expensive.
Frank Marks, the other wicket taker, 6 overs, 1 for 8.
Hamish into Robinson. Full dangled bat. And nothing shot, really.
No, nothing shot. Leave them once.
Exactly. You can only do one thing to those, and that's snicking it.
Hit it or leave it.
Can't believe the weather has turned out to be blue sky, a little bit of a breeze. The outfield's in magnificent touch, isn't it?
No heat though, is there?
No,
it's freezing.
It is cold coming through the door of the truck here.
And that's better. Just leave it alone.
That's it.
Make the bowler bowl to you.
especially 9 minutes before the interval. They look like getting through 20, maybe 30 overs before the interval.
Yep.
Which leaves 34 left in the day. I'd expect Big Al Jenkin to be bowling a couple of those.
Catch up a few overs.
Yeah. Try to get it done before 6:30. Full outside off stump. Matt Robbo just leaves it. Ben takes it behind the stumps. Hamish is just bowling a boring line and length, as most seamers want to do.
Yep.
Let the batsman come to you, but again, Bumbles try and play that other role in making the bowler come to him as the bat. It's a bit better. Full face of their bat, nice punch to cover, no run.
We've had Rob Bichetti ask who the B grade umpires are. I'm not 100% sure, Spagger, who he's umpiring down at B grade. Once I find out, we'll let you know. Nick Scammell, the secretary of the TDCA, will be back shortly, and I'll definitely get him to give you an upgrade on that. Nice cover drive, straight to cover, and not too many issues there. .28 overs gone for the day, and 4 for 42. McMahon yet to score, and Robinson on 18.
What do you think of the choice of Robinson batting at 3?
Yeah, it surprised us when it happened, only for the fact that we talked about the sort of the top 5 or 6 traditional batsmen, and when we saw the long legs and long arms and the long sleeve shirt, we just assumed that it was Gilmore coming out to bat. But look, I think it's really good to have that person up there. Just keep the batting order settled. Best would have batted at 3, I would have thought. Robinson gets the opportunity to do it. He batted sensationally in last year's grand final. I was just so proud for him after playing in some B grade premierships. He got up his chance in A grade, came in at 7 or 8, maybe 9, and just took the game away from Toongabbie. So to have the chance to bat at 3, while surprising, very, very good for him. And what he does, he is normally very patient. The longer he bats, the better he looks. He's that type of batsman.
Yeah, definitely, and it just shows some perseverance.
Yep.
Comes to fruition here. He gets his opportunity. When I rocked up, I missed the first wicket. I rocked up and I thought Gilmore was at the crease, yes. And then I realised he's not using a blue dog, he's using a bass.
Yes. Shout out to Blue Dog. Took the TDCA by storm for a couple of years, the Blue Dogs.
Nice little punch down the ground by Robinson.
Lovely punch.
Get back to 3. No,
Just leant on it, didn't he?
No urgency in the running between the wickets, so unfortunately it probably should have been 3.
Yeah, and that's a real surprise with these two, with McMahon normally very busy. I think that's just that little bit of nervousness that's crept into the batters. Normally they're very engaged, looking to take every run they can. There they just a traditional 2.
Yeah, just a little bit too full there by Nat. Slower ball. Well played by Bumble in the end.
Was well played, waited for it.
Yeah, Glenn Skipper looks up for the challenge. I know he's been working really hard on his back, getting ready to bowl full pace. Not quite there yet, as you can see. He's just still dawdling in. But he's all shoulders, all back. But he's much fitter than what he was at the start of the season, mate. So look out, TDCA batsman next year when he's fully fit.
Yeah, and what do you think about the mesh behind? Not my type of cricket pant, not a traditional cricket pant, but your thoughts?
Why are you looking at his bum for one?
Well, you have no choice when he's fielding at first slip and there's a left-hander on strike.
True. I'm all for it, mate, but don't wear black pants. Don't wear black underneath it. Maybe wear beige, because I've got the same pair of pants, and I'll wear beige.
Beige, yeah. Good, I'll remember that next year when the big fella goes and buys his pair of pants from Michael Geary's sports shop. Not using the business name, no plugs because he's not a sponsor.
Shout out to Gears.
Shout out to Gears. 4 minutes to tee. 1 over, change of bowler. Merton to come on.
Interesting.
It's an interesting time to change your bowler too, 4 minutes before tee. If you're going to change it, you normally bring the spinner on, trying to make sure that there's an extra over in here. So, whereas the new bowler will take longer to set up, probably limiting the opportunity for Freitag to bowl another over.
Yeah, no, definitely. I would have been going straight to L here. Big, tall right arm off spinner. Getting the ball to go away from Jacko at the striker's end here. I would have had Sam in underneath a helmet and really be aggressive here 4 minutes before tee. If you steal another one here, having five down at tee with Best supposedly on his way.
He won't be bowling too many overs if he keeps bowling those balls. It's definitely a warmer-upper.
It's definitely a loosener, yes. That's a better line of length by Big Max.
And a big shout-out to a good friend of mine, Danny Pumpkin Smith, down at Farm World today, trying to sell some forklifts or machinery to the local farmers, and he's watching it on his phone. So not too many people's come to the booth, I would assume, if he's watching it. But it's great to see the big pumpkin, Danny Smith, watching from Farm World. Inside edge, sounded inside edge-ish. And we talked about umpire idiosyncrasies, and Baker keeps his leg still.
Boozer's signaling that it's got done too much and missing
Yeah, there you go. Sounded woodish as well, I would have thought.
If anything, it might have been bat on pad.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, Boozer's signalled that it was missing.
The two things we talked about: Baker stands still or is right for out, and right leg points in when it's not out. And with Boozer, it's just head down and walks off.
Yeah, no, totally agree with that. We had plenty of that last week too.
Yep.
But I must admit, from the season back in the TDCA, these are the two best umpires, and both have deserved to be here today.
Definitely the two best umpires. Very experienced umpires. And they actually work well as a team as well.
Yep, they communicate really well.
That lazy left-hander just leans across and lets it hit his pad.
Just annoy me all the time. Big Max doesn't look like he's really hitting the crease very hard here at the moment. Might be a little bit tight after warming up 2 hours ago, and he's only getting his first bowl now. He's going to bowl one over, and then go cool down again.
And have tea.
Better bowl. But there's that hustle we're talking about between these two. Just a little nudge down the fine leg gets McMahon off the mark, and that
Over and tea. Tea is called. So at the tea break, 28 overs, 4 for 48. 30 overs, 4 for 48. Sensational little start. Great session for Glengarry. If you're a Glengarry supporter, you'd be extremely happy with that. Dyke, LBW, Freitag for 10. James Pride caught and bowled Frank Marks for 4. Matt Robinson, 18 not out. Geordie Gilmore, the big wicket here, caught Ben Marks, bowled Nathan Freitag for 6. Lee Stockdale, bang, bang, Nat Freitag, caught Ben Marks out for 1. And Jax McMahon still not off the mark. Bowling, before we just wrap up for the tea break, Cam Graham, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 14. Frank Marks, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. The Busker, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. And the big man, the man of the moment, the man of the session of the first session, Nathan Freitag, leading from the front, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9. Ex-students 4 for 42, and we'll have a 15-minute break.
That's 4 for 42? Is that updated? Oops. John, I was 2 runs ahead too. Did you?
Well, we've just had the 10-minute tea break in the X-Tunes versus Glengarry game. 4 for 45, I believe. Is that right, Dylan?
46.
46. And massive little session there. 3 wickets from Freitag. Really big wickets they were. He'll have a rest now. He'll bring back the opening bowler in Graham. McMahon yet to score. Big half hour coming up. Oh, straight back over mid-on. And the little half shout goes up.
Just walked out there in the interval and had a little quick look at the wicket because I didn't get here early enough, and I don't actually think it's a wicket that you could drive on when you're not in. It's a bit not tacky, but it's soft under all the grass there.
Yep.
Really surprised that they haven't bowled Ali yet on a wicket there. Just turns.
Yep. Yeah, certainly a good turning deck. Robinson done a fantastic job here. 18 not out. Really did the hard yards, coming in early, batting at 3. The big surprise move. And has done a sensational job.
Yeah, what could have happened, it could have just gone bang bang. Geordie could have come in, could have been out. Stocky could have come in, got out, but he's done a really good job here. Might start calling him Rahul soon. The wall. I'll bowl back into the length, just pushing to cover. While you were over getting your little pork roll that you're chowing down there, Luke, did I see a Jake Best walk in? And interesting to see that he's already in full whites with pads on.
Yeah.
He's coming in next.
Yeah, look, that's how it looks. I'm not sure what the situation is, not sure when he got here, but definitely looks like he's batting next. Wearing a red vest, though. He might have to change for the purple vest.
Casey South Melbourne represent.
Yes.
Which is interesting to see he's paid up, though, because what we spoke about earlier, we would have thought that he had to wait 90 minutes now.
Yep.
After at least the first session had been played, which was 2 hours and 40 minutes. You would think that he'd have to wait the 90 minutes or wait till that 7th wicket or 6th wicket had fallen for him to be able to bat.
Absolutely.
Graham nice and full. Robinson just pushing it to mid-off for no run. Knowing Glengarry have got them 4 for 46, there's not a lot of chat out there. I would have thought they would have been up and about like they had. We know they can be, especially behind the wicket when you've got the 2 Marks brothers and Frankie out in the field there. I would have thought they would have been a bit more vocal.
Yeah, it's very un-Glengarry-like, actually, to be in the box seat, to be in a really good position, and to be quiet. You wouldn't think about that, Glengarry. They normally create a lot of energy and excitement through mouth, and that really helps them set them up. They play with a lot of momentum, which can be really good, but of course with momentum can then be the opposite sometimes. But today they just seemed focused and just going about their job.
Yeah, and especially from our point of view where we are here. We're so close to the keeper and the slips. There's no chat that we can hear anyway. So maybe they've turned the volume down a bit and it's all towards what they're doing out there.
Yep, definitely.
Merton to continue after the lunch break. Down the leg side.
Been a little bit leg side-ish since that first over. Well, the 7 balls, but a little bit leg side-ish.
Might be struggling, the big fella, to get up the hill. Falling over a little bit. Not using his front arm a lot. With the change of the field, brought the cover out and pushed him into a mid-wicket. Still moving, so Jacko walks away. Common rule there. Captain for changes his field and he bowls it to where he should have been bowling the ball before.
Exactly.
But no run.
Bowlers are never real clever, are they?
No. No, not at all. Especially when your captain's a bowler. It's even worse when you do it yourself and you are the keeper.
Yeah.
With their offering.
Short outside off, back foot punch to cover, well fielded.
It'll be interesting to see how long that goes with Max here. Might be a time to get Hamish back on to bowl to Jackson maybe, or Frank that targets his pads, because at the moment he's whacked up.
Big shot. Brock's back off the back foot. Don't bowl short to McMahon, and it goes the distance.
Wouldn't be surprised that was one bounce.
One bounce. Brings up, gets off the mark with a beautiful shot.
Comes up 50. It's a lovely shot there by Jacko. Still a little bit too short there by Max.
Been short.
Don't want to be a pessimist, mate, but that cloud cover coming from our right doesn't look too nice.
Of course, we can play through till 6:50 tonight, make up the extra time. I don't think there's any chance of that happening with just daylight savings coming to an end, starting to come to an end. It's just getting darker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let alone the dark clouds.
Is there any chance of starting half an hour early tomorrow, or is
No.
it definitely just an 11 o'clock
Yeah,
start?
just at 11 o'clock. I asked the question if they can start early, but no, under the rules they can't. 11 o'clock start.
I'll have to speak to the secretary when he gets back about that rule being changed.
Yep.
Especially if you lose 2 hours, 2.5 hours day one, and there's an opportunity for you to start that half hour early. Wouldn't you think it could be an option? No, it makes it a little bit harder for your ground crew and stuff being here an extra half an hour early, but we play at 10:15 GCL days,
Yep.
so why can't we start
Yep.
that half hour earlier here? Cam Graham just doing what Cam Graham does, just hitting the line and length, hitting the stumps all the time, making the batsman play. Definitely would have finished in the top 3 or 4 bowlers for wickets this year for the league.
Yep.
I wasn't quite there Wednesday night. Drifts onto the pads, fielded by CJ Dunn. C-Day.
Little update from B grade here. Ex-students 5 for 42 after being 5 for 27. So a nice little fight back here.
Sticks.
Yeah, Stixie Richards, my boy. 7, and of course unlucky not to be man of the match in last year's grand final with an amazing knock to get them over the line, and Daniel Churchill as well. So there's so much experience in that side. Churchill and Richards 5 for 42 off 19 overs.
Who's got the wickets in that game, please, mate?
Yeah, the wickets. The big opening bowler, Griffiths, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 21. And Swift, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. So, ex-students in B grade, 5 for 42. And, of course, the C grade one-day game has been postponed from Saturday to tomorrow. Sunday. Oh, that's the spot you want to be. Half forward, half driving, half blocking. Should have left it and goes through the keeper.
That's much better. That's much more Cam Graham spots. Especially using the wind to go in. That one's just held its line, gone away from Robinson there, and luckily not didn't feather it through to Blender behind the stumps. Another dot ball.
Follows up with a short ball.
As you do.
We just got a live message through about the B grade game. Nick's, the secretary, is just headed down there, and Richards is out. 6 for 47.
Interesting.
Oh, what a ball. Great ball. There must just be a nice little spot there because that just took off. Zipped through.
The real first one to actually go through to Blender. He's taken that above his shoulders.
Yep. And Robinson did really well in the end not to touch it.
Definitely did. Geez, that B grade score, mate, 6 down. That's huge. Knowing students though, mate, they'll keep pushing.
Absolutely.
They'll keep coming into it.
Fierce competitors. Yeah. Nice shot, good running. Just angling into a leg stump, and McMahon doesn't have too much trouble with those ones.
Yeah, that's why I don't like this matchup of Merton versus McMahon. He's just angling everything into Jacko's pads, where once Jacko gets in, he gets to 10, gets to 15. They're not just being pushed to mid wicket anymore. They're being punched through there or hit to the square leg boundary. Another dot ball there to Bumble. Definitely doing the team thing here is Robbo. Try and take as much time out of the game for him here. Also chewing up some overs in the bowlers. Might have been on the bomb in that afternoon tea break.
Yes. So you've captained premierships yourself, Dylan, and right now you've got a side 4 for 50-ish. What's your next move?
I'm going back to my opening bowler. Yep. I'm bringing Frank back on from this end anyway. Yep. Let him go back to bowling how he did it at Robinson at the start. And if that doesn't work, it's either Hamish or Jenkin. Yep. I would have bowled Jenkin before the lunch break, like we spoke about earlier, mate, instead of Merton. And I'll be putting so much pressure on Bumble, so he has to play that big shot to start rotating the strike a bit more. That's better bowling. The other option is, mate, just to put a little bit more pressure on them. I know it takes a little bit of pressure, it puts a little bit of pressure on your bowler, but to get rid of your fine leg to the right-hander, everything's going away. So I'll be able to bring him up, putting an extra catcher in, or even bringing him up on the leg side and telling Bumble he has to play a big shot.
Beautiful on drive. There's not a better shot than that. Robinson just punches it down the ground and should come back for 3. Doesn't. Good fielding, saved 1. Beautiful shot for 2.
Shot. Moved on to 22 Bumble, doing a really good job here for the Sharks.
Of course, the longer he bats, the longer these two bat, the sooner Best can bat.
Yep.
So Robinson 22 off 78. Not only is he top scoring, but he's also soaking up a lot of balls, which is really critical. You know, Glengarry have to take 10 wickets to win this game. That's what it's all about for them. If ex-students can bat 100 overs, they probably win the game. So because it goes into tomorrow.
Yeah, you would think so. And they've still got batting in the sheds, and the guys that are in the sheds can score at a very quick knock as well. So, likes of Batista, Best. Then you've got Harris. Yep. He bats well, and then you've got your hitters, or not his, but your bowlers that not like to hit the ball in Andy and Warney. So
just a bat to 11. You know, Matthews
your,
comes in at 11.
Your 10 and 11 are very handy.
Oh, they're very good.
Ryan back in outside of off stump. Jacko just shoulders arms. It is a handy place to be in it, mate. Shark Park at the moment when you've got your 11 A graders here, then you look at their B grade side and they've got 4 or 5 guys that would play A grade in any other A grade team at the moment. So they've definitely got the depth, and they
strong club, passionate club. Not too many people leave the Sharks.
No, except yourself.
Oh well, that happens.
Wide outside of off stump, and Jacko just leaves that one. But it's interesting to see what does happen here if Glengarry do take a wicket in the next half an hour. If the umpires enforce that rule that best can't come in. If they don't, I wonder what the response would be from the Glengarry folk as well.
It's definitely got some real intriguiness about it, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. And I've played in games that people haven't turned up for until the second innings of a 2020 and all that kind of stuff, but they get to just participate, which I don't agree in. It's yes, I know people have to work and stuff like that, but if you're playing a game of cricket, if you're not there, you should be missing out on a certain period of time, which I hope they do enforce that rule.
Oh, goes through only the 2 slips, just wide of gully. Would have gone straight to third. It goes all the way down for another boundary for McMahon. Nice ball, big edge, and McMahon gets the lucky boundary.
Again, the score 4 for 58 now. Is it really necessary to have a fine leg?
Yeah, not to Graham. I think it's a waste. Graham to left-handers bowling outside off. You know, get the third slip in. It's getting dark as well. That's the other thing. So another nice shot by McMahon. He doesn't miss out on too many runs. He gets the runs he should get, McMahon, if that makes sense. And he does that with ease. Nice little shot through mid-wicket for 2.
Like talking about before, all good left-hand batsmen are always good off their legs. Doesn't normally miss out there.
Nope.
Cam doesn't have to get bored here. He just needs to stick outside that off stump. Bit better, a little bit too straight still though.
That's that little left-hander's tuck there, isn't it, when they defend off the back foot? Tucks it down to his feet.
Any chance we can go to the rec reserve and steal the lights?
Yeah, definitely we're going to need them. Looks like there's a change of bowling. We've got the spin for the first time. We're going to introduce some spin. So I think this might be a little tactical ploy for 2 reasons. One, let's see what the pitch has got, but also it is getting dark, and Glengarry don't want any more time taken out of this game. So I think it's a really good ploy. It's because it's getting really dark right now.
Sitting here, mate, if it wasn't for Bumble wearing a purple helmet, I wouldn't know who's who.
So I think tactically this is a really good move. Not only to see what happens with Wicket and so forth, but also just to ensure that the game continues. Because the big fella, Big Al Jenkins, there used to be a bowler, Suleiman Ben for the West Indies, bowled left armers, but he was 7 foot, and Al was 7'13", and long levers. Ball's coming from about 13 foot here. Very hard to get under Al because of the long lever.
That's right, and he bowls outside of off stump to the right hander, so you don't get your free levers to hit him over to the leg side until he drops short like that. Bowl that ball right on cue for us there. Fielded out in the fence by Maybury. Good throw into Blender for 1.
He's a ripper fielder, isn't he?
That's what he's in the team for.
Yeah.
Poor kid doesn't bat, doesn't bowl.
He can field all right.
Yeah.
Just did that so smooth then.
Yep.
So smooth.
Yep. Good move over the field. Loves his cricket by all words, I've been told. So he comes at that second band of weather.
Yeah, absolutely. As you look to the skies here at Duncan Cameron in Traralgon, the dark clouds definitely coming in. You can see it on the screens, and it looks like if this rain does actually come, it looks like it'll be setting for some time. It's just got some real winter conditions about it, doesn't it?
It's Arctic. It's really cold here now. That one was a full toss down leg side. Jacko's just missed out on a freebie.
Just after I said he doesn't miss out on runs.
Commentator's curse, mate. Yep. Commentator's cursed. End of the over.
Yep, and the umpires come walking together to discuss what's going on.
Surely it's cold enough that the guys don't need water run out.
Tactical message.
That wouldn't be a least Octale tactic, would it?
Hold the game up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, good cricketers tactic.
I've no doubt the covers are going to be on before the end of this over.
Yep. If I was the guys at Rovers, I'd be running around to the fence to get those blown up covers that which look fantastic at the moment. Nice and easy to push out.
The big pillow.
Yep. Just students taking a little bit of time out of the game here.
Smart.
Just a situation though that you don't want to play a loose shot. Don't want to get out.
Don't want to get out now, do
No.
you? Park the ego.
Yep.
Wait for the weather.
Yep.
Walk off the ground. You just defer the pressure onto the next bloke getting out now, don't you?
Oh, definitely do. And it puts more pressure on everyone else that's sitting in their rooms ready to wait in the bat, and just gives the fielding team just that little bit of a boost.
Well bowled, well played. Good cricket all round.
Boozer's walking towards the batsman. Was walking towards the batsman. Is walking towards the batsman. I think that could be it. Yes, it is.
Yep. So unfortunately we're here at Duncan Cameron in Traralgon. Ex-students versus Glengarry. Glengarry wins the first session. Since the return from the tea break, ex-students have done a sensational job. 4 for 61. Matt McMahon's starting to come into his own, scoring with some relative ease right now, Dylan. But the story for the day is the two key factors. The Glengarry captain in Freitag, who continues to bowl the 3 wickets. And then, of course, now we've got... and of course Robinson, who's batted all day, so really good start. Well, I'm joined back here with Nick Scammell, the secretary of the TDCA. He's been down to the B-grade game, ex-students versus Yarraman District. But all the big news is back here. Ex-students being sent in today by Glengarry after winning the toss. 4 for 60, 3 wickets by Nat Freitag in a really blistering spell just before the tea break. But you just felt just coming out of the tea break before the last weather that the game had sort of just balanced back up a little bit. McMahon's starting to look dangerous. Robinson's just looking, as solid as a wall. Solid as something, Nick. But both of them just now starting to look a little bit comfortable. And Glengarry losing another sort of half hour's worth of play. They really need to chase those next 6 wickets.
Yeah, Robbo's looked really good. I think he's just come out and he's looked good from ball one. He scored, and even when there was big wickets falling around him, he was still able to score. So, amazing effort. And if it continues on, you'll get a big one. I think he's still got a lot of batsmen to come under him.
Absolutely, and of course, next batsman in will be Jake Best, who he's gone and played a game of footy, a couple of quarters of footy. He's now got the pads on, and no doubt that Glengarry wants to try and get a quick wicket here and get him out there tonight, not come back tomorrow nice and fresh.
Absolutely. So it's a little bit, it's just like a holding pattern at the moment. I suppose I don't think the rain's going to affect the wicket too much. I think it's just going to have to be good bowling from Glengarry and somehow find a way to break this partnership because they've both looked really good so far.
Absolutely, and as we return, we'll go through Matt Dyke, LBW, Nathan Freitag out for 10. James Pride, the first wicket of the day, caught and bowled to a diving Frank Marks for 4. Matt Robinson, the story of the day, the surprise number 3, but he's been, as we said, as solid as a rock. 23 not out off 84 balls. Ben Marks, and it must be said, Ben Marks is the best wicketkeeper at making sure everyone knows what's happened. Took the catch and started sprinting. Out for 6. Lee Stockdale caught Ben Marks, another good diving catch, out for 1. And Jackson McMahon, as I said, starting to look really good at 13, starting to score with some freedom. Big return here. Glengarry's star bowler of the last 3 or 4 years, really, the left armer in Pig Graham, returns to Robinson on strike. And floats one up there and hit out to point. And we actually got a guest speaker coming in at the end of this over, Nick, so I'm going to have the first little bit off today. We've got Big Bopper. You guys can have a little bit of an Imperials reunion and talk about all things, but one of the TDCA umpires at the moment, Bopper Pride.
Yep, absolutely. This will be interesting to see what gets said now. So, yeah.
It'd be fair to say that the league secretary is probably the most nervous person right now. Nice shot. It's going to take some stopping. Does stop it. Doesn't stop it at all, and it goes for 4. Beautiful, nice little shot off the back foot. Puts the ball down there for 4. You got to pitch them up early. Coming out of a rain break or any break in play, you don't want to be bowling short early. Oh, half little play at it. Pulled out just in time. Have to also be mentioning Nick, Red Onion, doing all the production today, the live stream, does a fantastic job. I think it's the 4th year now that we've used Red Onion, which is fantastic. Nice shot. Oh, thought he was going to kick it for 1. Red Onion does a fantastic job. And look at the graphics. Each year, just they come back better and better and more, looks better, live score, batsmen and so forth. And as I step out of the chair for 10 minutes and over to you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for all that feedback about me not speaking up and being as clear as Luke. Luke is a microphone hog, so I've got to speak over the top of him a lot. But thank you for that feedback from everybody out there. And we do have the TDCA's newest umpire here with us, Robert Pride, who, from all reports, has been doing a pretty good job as well. And yeah, Robert, welcome to the live stream.
Thanks for having me, Nick. Yeah, here we are having a look at this A-grade game of cricket in some touchy weather circumstances today, but we got cricket under the way, and that's good.
How do you reckon you would have gone umpiring today with all the difficulties around the wet weather?
Oh, putting up with Stockdale and Freitag nagging to get out of there under the weather. Glad it's not me. The boys are doing a good job though.
So you've been here majority of the day. We've seen you over there. What's the feel like with ex-students? What was the feeling like when those wickets were tumbling?
I think they were pretty nervous, pretty worried about the weather. As usual, though, being ex-students, they were pretty confident in themselves that no matter what score they had on the board, they'd be able to defend it with the ball. So, yeah, pretty confident in themselves as always.
And has there been any talk of tactics, from being it was about 40 at one stage? Has there been any talk of tactics about how to come back? What's the score that they want to be able to defend and anything like that? Or is it just go about your business?
They just go about the business, bat their 100 overs and take the game on as it comes to them, I'd say. As we just see Jackson McMahon snick off and caught at third slip. Good catch.
Yeah, just a bit out of character there from Jacko. He doesn't mind having a little wave at a couple of those, especially off the quicker bowlers. But that certainly sets the cat amongst the pigeons, I think. 5 for 65, Robert.
Well, it's tough to see Jackson McMahon go, but not many situations where you see an ex-Victorian country batsman coming into bat at 7. So, as much as they're down, I'd say students are still within a chance of posting a decent score here if Jake Best can get away and Matt Robertson keeps going rock solid the way he's been all day.
Do you think there's added pressure because of what's happened today? He's gone and played football, a practice match for Traralgon, and it's very well publicised that he's a big name recruit there. But is there a bit of added pressure on here to now come out? He gets a low score, and it's all been for nothing. All the issues, all the worry.
Absolutely, mate. I'd say it'd have to be playing on his mind. Like, it's hardly what you call a settled build up towards a game and an easy walk up start for him. But we'll see how he goes, mate. His record speaks for itself. He's a quality cricketer. As a little inside edge onto the pad off his first ball off Freitag, and they're going to make it as uncomfortable as they can for him here today, I'd say.
So we've now got two former Premier captains playing against each other. Nat, obviously a really good Victorian Premier cricketer, but probably made the biggest impact over in Tasmania, where he set records everywhere. But then, Jake Best, the name just speaks for itself. He's been amazing for VCCL, for Premier Cricket, and straight away he's off the mark with what will most likely... Oh, it's not going to hit the marks. And he's off the mark with 3, and Robbo's back on strike.
Yeah, well, that's the ball you want to get off the mark, isn't it? Knee high, full toss. Thanks for coming. But balls looks a bit slow in the outfield. That rain might have slowed things down a bit. But here we go. Freitag into Robertson. Another full one. Robertson pushes back down the ground. No run.
And he's looked really good today, Robbo. We've been talking about that a fair bit. He's just looked really well measured, and when wickets have been falling around him, he's just been able to get the job done.
Yeah, it's been a really mature knock from a bloke that played B grade last home and away game and probably hasn't had the runs this year that he would have liked, but he seems to have taken the challenge by the throat, and he's really put on a good show for himself here today. Now we go back to Pig Graham to continue with this late attack to try and break into the students' tail end. So I'll just run through the field here. We've got 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. Pretty regulation field here. Comes into, squares best up, pushes it past the outside edge. Jake, I don't know about you, Scam, but it looks like the preparation that Jake's had might have unsettled him. He doesn't exactly look comfortable at the crease here so far with the 4 or 5 balls he's faced.
It's probably a bit hard to get your head around going and playing footy and then coming and playing cricket in a final as well, to be fair to him. He does look like just a little bit out of place, and he's coming in when his team's in trouble as well. We all know that Rick Batista's a quality bat, and then they've got Harris and still guys who can hold the sticks to come, but this is probably the partnership that makes or breaks Glengarry's premiership chances.
Absolutely, you have to agree with that. Look, Matt Robertson's faced easily 100 balls today so far, and he's looking rock solid. Jake Best, like I said, his resume speaks for himself, but if you get him... and there he goes. He's miscued a pull shot and hit it straight to mid-on. Good catch. And I'm not sure, but reader of body language, I'd say that Pig Graham suggested that Jake Best go back to coaching footy, and thanks for coming. So there we go. Ex-students now go to 6 for 68 after 39 overs, with Rick Batista coming into the crease at number 9. No, 8. 9? 8. Batting at 8.
So, yeah. amazing wicket. Again, when you're in that situation and there's been a lot of build-up about Best, and there's been about rules and about interpretations of rules and all this type of thing, and the qualifications to make sure that he's able to play A-grade finals, and then he's gone out for 3. He's faced, what does he face? He's faced 4 balls, and his team's now in trouble. Glengarry, they are up and about now. There was talk about them being a little bit flat, maybe a little bit quiet, but yeah, wow, they are certainly, they enjoyed that wicket, and I think Cam Graham enjoyed it the most. What a celebration. And that's just giving a little tip your hat to the football preparation that perhaps he wouldn't have done if he was in that situation as well. What an amazing turn of events. 2 quick wickets, and now, Rick Batista. But this is where he likes it, Robert.
Oh, he loves it. This is how many times has Batista come in with students on the back foot in all sorts of trouble and just piles on the runs. The man can't make easy runs. He thrives on difficult situations. And there he is, first ball, just fends it off into the offside. Nothing seems to worry him, just goes about his business. But with that break of play, I might take a chance to thank some of the established guests that have come out and supported the cricket today. Some big business owners from Terrelgan. Darky Stockdale himself, major sponsor of ex-students, is here. Plenty of others have come out. But good turnout given the weather, given the circumstances around the game. And good show of cricket so far for everyone that's come to enjoy it, and all those that are tuning in on the live stream too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really do think that tomorrow we will see an influx of cars. The rec reserve will be absolutely buzzing tomorrow as well, with the C-grade grand final set to take place down there. Usually you get a few sore and sorry boys from C-grade coming and watching the A-grade after a premiership victory or a loss, but it's going to be quite unique tomorrow with 3 premiers being crowned. So it's going to be amazing, but not as amazing as the last 3 overs after that rain break. I think the rain break has actually given ex-students just that little, they've just switched off a fraction, you could say, and now, really in trouble, 6 for 68.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they've been the mark all season, and here they are, 6 for 68, on their knees. Glengarry get another couple here. She could be all over very early tomorrow, and we might have the A-grade situation buzzing around the C-grade premiers and supporting that game. But cricket's a funny game. Strange things can happen here. So Nat Freitag into Matt Robertson. I'd say that's hit him on the pad. The Glengarry boys are suggesting he hasn't offered a shot. Yeah. And umpire of the year, Michael Peterson's given it leg byes, and we continue on here with Batista on strike. And there's a bit getting set out there, to be honest. Well, I'd support Boozer there on that decision. I thought he did offer a shot, so we'll move on with Batista on strike to Freitag. Any time now, Rick seems to be taking the time, doing a bit of gardening. I've never really understood what batsmen do when they're tapping the wicket. I've got absolutely no idea what I'm looking at. And Batista leaves it alone, and all that for nothing.
I think Nat wasn't worried too much about the leg bye. I think he'd prefer to be bowling to Rick when he's fresh and just not let him settle. He is doing a bit of gardening. And no doubt Rick will be piping up when it's his turn to be in the field. He has some of the worst chat you'll ever hear. And already looking quite a short out there. A nice leave. Bit of a tempter out there from Nat. 3 slips in the gully. And a pretty aggressive field, and rightfully so. I think it's it's time to put foot on the throat if they can, and they know, and Nat'll know above anyone. But if you can rip this wicket down, then massive chance to just roll on for under 100 and potentially do what Toongabbie did to the guys a couple of years ago. Oh, Boozer's called him a wide there. That wasn't the best one. Yeah, just a little bit of slippery there, maybe.
Yeah. Looks like that bit of rain that got on the pitch while we were waiting for the covers to get on with the trouble we had there. That just looks like Freitag can't get settled at the crease. Bit uncomfortable, bit of slippage. So that may work in ex-students' favour and allow Rick to get going here. And if not, then they're in deep trouble. Batista leaving confidently. For a bloke that's come in with the world to beat here, he's like oozing confidence, which is more of a man than me. I'd be as nervous as a cat in a hot tin roof. But once again, like for a side that's got the best side in the comp by the throat and chance to really go for the kill here, Glengarry don't seem to be alive. They don't seem up and about. They're very quiet. Oh, Batista goes for a waft there through covers. I'd say he got nowhere near it, but that's not what you want to see in this situation, is it? You don't want to see big flamboyant cover drives.
No, but I think that's his game. And to be fair, that field that there is with only Paulo Henry out there, protecting a fair bit of space, I think it's worth a shot, and that's the way ex-students play. They're going to back themselves in and they're going to continue to have a crack. So, yeah, we might see that again. Oh, he's bowling short. He's just dragging it down a little bit, and it's a little bit wide. So, yeah, not the best over from Nat, but the pressure's still on.
Absolutely, the pressure's still on here. And to be honest, since the break with the rain, I'd say Nat his body might have tightened up a bit. He doesn't seem to be moving as freely as he was. We know he's got a history of issues with his back and lower back and hamstrings, I guess, which it's probably hard to back up after a rain break. But we're back to the Pig Graham here to Robertson. So let's see how Bumble goes here. Same field again. 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. Just your regulation full ball, defended back down the wicket. Robertson's look good. For a bloke coming into today that had... Did he have 100 runs to his name for the year? 135, was it? Not many. Got that 70 in B grade with the last home and away game of the year, but he's hardly set the world alight and playing an absolute knock here today. In comes Pig again. Oh! Wraps Robertson's on the pads. Bit of an appeal, but nothing given. Don't know what Peter Baker was trying to say there, pointing to... Yeah. I don't know. Interesting gestures from the umpires that were hard to make sense of there. But the batsmen come together mid-pitch, and there'd be some intelligent stuff coming out of Batista there. He'd be giving Bumble all sorts of insight. And in we go. Here comes Pig again. Left alone by Robertson. Jeez, he's in control. He just looks in control out there today, doesn't he, Nick?
He's now faced 90 balls for his 27, and he's basically had to steady the ship while the big names like Gilmore, Stockdale, McMahon have all come and gone, and he's been the mainstay. So, perhaps we might see if Batista does go out, he might free the arms up a little bit more, but yeah, he's been an absolute rock and he's going to tickle that away for a boundary. It was very fine. He's calling it leg buys, so there's a little... he's not looking too displeased about that, though, and at this stage, any runs are good runs for the Sharks. Now, we don't know if the Bees have managed to get back on yet, but it looks as if they have. 6 for 55. They'll be resuming soon. Paul Richards just went out on for 9 just before the rain hit, which wasn't ideal. And then Jack Robbo's come out, and maybe it's a day for Robbo's. Maybe the Robbos are going to get it sorted for both A and B grade this week.
Wouldn't that be a story for the ages? They've done it before. Both won premierships before, played in premierships. Good cricketers. Jack Robertson, I think, got his first ton ever in senior cricket during the year with run a ball 100 against Toongabbie there a while back. As Robertson just plays the mid-on, looking confident as usual at the crease. That's the end of the over, and we will see... Freitag looks like he may be continuing. As we hinted at last over, Freitag has called for some sawdust to try and fix the issues he's having with his foot slipping on the crease. Not an issue I ever had at the crease, Nick, when I was bowling. I can't say I ever hit the crease hard enough to worry about slipping. But yeah, how'd you get better fast bowler yourself? A-grade fast bowler, hit the crease pretty hard with a bit of a jump. How's it go as a bowler? How do you feel when you start feeling slippage under your foot at the crease?
I'm a bit of a princess, so everything has to be going right for me. And if it is a little bit slippery, I'm usually not too good. Particularly these days when I've got an extra couple of kgs on me as well. There's a few dicey games out at Cats when I was playing out there that, you'd be running in and doing all sorts on a wet wicket. But the upside of that was that the wicket out at Cats was usually pretty ordinary for me, and I always took a nice little 1 or 2, and that was the fun part. So you'd stay on just and run through it. But yeah, it can, when you're someone like Nat and you're getting it down a bit quicker and you've had a few issues and you don't want to, put yourself out anywhere, it can cause a couple of issues upstairs. So hopefully you can get through for Glengarry's sake.
Well, in what can only be considered for the first win of the day for ex-students is no sawdust produced, so Nat's got to battle through these slippage issues, and hopefully it can work in ex-students' favour. I hate to sound biased as a commentator, but I am in the students' corner. I actually played a couple of games in C grade this year before I realised that the game has passed me by and I was better off umpiring and giving back to the game in some degree or another. And continue on here, Rick Batista's faced 2 dot balls this over, same regulation field. Nothing really given in this game. Like, ex-students seem pretty comfortable just cruising along, seeing the balls. I think their philosophy would be to survive through to Stumps tonight and come back and take the rest of their 100 overs in the morning, and hopefully, if they can, bat the game into a situation where there's just going to be too big a task for Glengarry to get over the top of them with the... What do we lose? Another 10 overs, which gave 55 today, which means I'll take 45 overs tomorrow, and then Glengarry will get to face 55 overs to face whatever's left, whatever runs that ex-students can post, which you'd think if ex-students do bat another 59 overs from here, you'd like to say they'll get to 200, and then a situation where Glengarry needs 200 off 55 overs, it's going to be exciting cricket because they're going to be forced to go for it against the class bowling attack that students are, with the leading wicket takers Stockdale, Pride, Matthews, Warren and Mitch Harris. So I think no matter what happens here, well, unless students get bowled out tonight, I think we're going to be in for a good day's cricket as Nat Freitag bowls one to Rick Batista that seems to do a whole lot and just go over the top, missing the bails when he left it alone. So Batista lucky to survive that by the looks from here.
I think we've all just figured out why Nat was bowling wide outside off and letting him just play and leave, and the the big setup was coming and he's just missed out. He's looking a little bit upset that it didn't come off for him another inch or two, and he's probably shouldered arms in the grand final on a live stream, and you don't really want that to go on your repertoire. And then he's cut him for nothing. Not a bad little over now. I've turned around. He's bowled wide out there and set him up beautifully, but now didn't get the wicket, which was unfortunate for the Glengarry boys. The score, 6 for 74. It's just stayed on there for a little while. It's been 42 overs bowled. Robertson batting very assured, very measured, very Robertson-like. I'm currently on 27. Batista yet to score. And Luke Henderson is hovering around in the background. Who do you want to take over from, Luke? I'm getting a few text messages here saying we want Bopper for a full session. A little bit of Todd from Barwon Heads coming in, but what we'll do is I might take a little spell, Luke. I'll let you talk to the great man, and then we'll come back and wrap up the end of the game, I think.
Oh, jeez. Well, there's a time for everything. Then we come, look. Former coach of Imperials too. My coach. Poor man, geez, you should have more grey hair after have to put up with me for a season of cricket. But here we go. We got the pig bowling to Robertson again. And rock solid. Robertson just looks rock solid, like unfathomable. But how was your break, Luke? What'd you get up to?
Yeah, that was a good break. Thanks, Bob. It was sensational. I was very nervous, though. Had the phones on standby. We know how wonderful you are on Facebook and those types of things, and always with an opinion. I was a little bit nervous, but you've just, like a duck to water, mate, just come in here and just lifted up the telecast or the live stream, and the people have spoken.
Well, I was walking over here and I was thinking to myself, what do I do here? I've got a proclivity for being an absolute moron and making a goose of myself, and fortunately I've avoided doing that so far, I think, and I just thought I'll go with their philosophy that my grandmother's listening. I'm not allowed to swear in front of my grandmother, and she will not put up with any of my usual moronic behaviour. So far so good. I'm not banned from the TDCA for life, and we're getting to watch good cricket from a good point of view too, mind you, as Graham comes into Robertson again, and Robertson just defends and just looks content to see it out and come back tomorrow, I'd say is the plan here from my point of view. But he's got to survive. Another 14 overs to go in today's play, I'd say we've got. That's for right. the minimum 16 for the last hour. Yeah. So if he can survive, I'd say the pitch will probably dry out overnight, given it's pretty wet. What do we have during the week? 180 mil of rain. So it's been good of Rovers to get a pitch up as he just gets a late outside edge that runs along the ground to second slip. And Sam Marks is actually claiming it as one hand, one bounce, and he's suggesting that it should be out. Backyard cricket rules, but as we all know, that's not going to fly.
While we've got talking about backyard cricket, Bob, how was your backyard cricket as a family growing up? Obviously, very cricket mad household, the three boys.
Yeah, very cricket mad. It was good there for a while. Me being 2.5 years older than Jimmy, I made hay while the sun was shining. There was a period there where I was better than him, so I took full advantage of that, and I used to talk a lot of smack at him and let him know. And then David, as much as he loves cricket, he was also really into his Xbox and sitting around playing games, so he'd give up and go inside. And then it started to get to a point where Jimmy was clearly a class above me, and I'd chase a lot of tennis ball. For every ton I made, he made 15, 20 against me, and you would have thought I'd be fit as a fiddle and skinny, but no, he used to smash me and enjoy it too. As Freitag comes into bowl to Batista again. Oh! Batista takes a shot at the one outside off because that vacant cover region, he wants to take that on and just misses it. I don't think he got anywhere near it, but from a distance, keeps the crowd interested, keeps the bowler interested as well. Good little battle going on here between Batista and Freitag, two class acts, but we'll see who wins. Are you back in this one, Luke?
Look, I think at the end of the day, scoreboard is definitely the advantage of Glengarry. So having a side You know, when you've got a side 6 for 74 in a grand final, there's still plenty of cricket you'd take that sending a side in. That being said, we know what ex-students just continually do. They find a way to just keep the scoreboard ticking over. They never die. They'll fight till the very end. And, you know, if they can get a score around 140, 150, that's going to be pretty hard for Glengarry to chase. What's exciting about that, though, is the class batsmen that Glengarry have. So it's not like one team is so much stronger than the other. You think about Glengarry with 40 overs, 50 overs tomorrow with Freitag, Jenkin, Marks. Like, they've got some power hitters or some blokes who can score. I think it's going to be a ripper day tomorrow, absolute ripper day tomorrow. But at this stage, Glengarry just in front.
Oh, absolutely. Glengarry are in front with, is it 6 or 7? The scoreboard's saying 6, but it's 7 to, it's 6 for 74. My bad, item is 7 for. But as Batista just gets 3 there through the mid-wicket region with a slightly uppy shot that there was cries of catch, but I don't think it ever looked like going to hand. But absolutely, they've got to say Glengarry are slightly in front here, but Freitag has decided to come around the wicket to try and unsettle Robertson here. As he comes into him, just your regulation ball on a good length outside off stump. Robertson says, I don't want any of that. And moves on with just a quick update on the B grade score. They are back playing after 27.3 overs. They're 6 for 68 with Jack Robertson 19. And Daniel Churchill, rock solid, 7 off 57 deliveries. Seems to be holding up an end here and helping the B grade side survive to a decent score. But obviously both ex-student sides, given they finished top of the ladder, Luke, with the rain-affected cricket that we've had today, sitting an interesting position where they're entitled to bat their full 80 overs in B grade and 100 overs in A grade. Do you think that that'll come into effect with them batting their full overs tomorrow with setting scores and the opposition having to chase those?
I'm not going to lie, I was just checking the race results there, Bopper, and I missed the question. I'm not going to lie there. Oh, that's
I thought I heard 2 noises here, so I think that's a good decision by Boozer. But if he hadn't got that inside edge, that was curtains for Robertson after what has been a great knock. But how race results? Have you had a win?
No, I haven't, so I'm even more disappointed there. So, what was the question?
Question was, it was a long-winded question. It's probably not worth going back to it.
Right, we've moved on.
As we got a change of bowling here, is that Hayden Busk?
Jenkin.
Oh, it's Al Jenkin coming back to bowl. Yep. Oh, my bad. Bit of off spin here from Jenkin just for a change of scenery, change of tactics. The field hasn't changed all that much. Yes, it has. So to run you through the field, we've got a first slip, Nat Freitag first slip. Then we've got a 45, a deep square leg, regulation mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, extra cover, and a point. Will be interesting to see what Batista's mentality is here towards the spinner, whether he'll go after him or just go about it as he defends the first ball. Second ball, full off-stump line. Batista just blocking it out into the cover region. Doesn't seem too interested in going after him here. Doesn't have much positive intent about him. Looks like it might be just bat tonight out, come back tomorrow and take advantage of the fact they're going to be able to bat for another 50 overs tomorrow. No, sorry, not 50, 45 overs tomorrow. Well, how do you see the rest of today's play playing out, Luke?
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those really interesting situations. There's no doubt ex-students want to bat the full 100 overs, go into tomorrow. But at the same time, what they don't want to do is just block up shot and not get that scoreboard ticking along. Otherwise, that gives Glengarry a big chance. I think it's probably the next, with 14 overs left, 13 overs left, it's probably, get the score to 90, no wickets down, and they'll probably take that. Yeah. That being said, a quick wicket here, all of a sudden it's 7 for 77, and the game just keeps coming back towards Glengarry. Yep. So I always think negative cricket in any form of cricket is bad cricket. So they don't want to go just all into their shells, but it's vital that they bat 100 overs.
Absolutely. Absolutely, mate. I couldn't agree more with that. If you go out there with the intent of just eating up balls, you're going to get a ball with your name on it, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. If you go out there looking to score, take the game on, most of the time things will fall your way and you'll have some success. All that being said, from a bloke that couldn't hack C-grade cricket this year and turned to umpiring, but I would like to think that all the years of watching the game, I've picked up that insight at least. But time will tell as Friday continues around the wicket to Matt Robertson, just for a change of angles, change of scenery. See if he can't upset what's been a rock-solid innings by Matt Robertson today.
I think the other thing that Lee would be looking at the moment is Jenkins spinning the ball. So with 3 very good spinners for ex-students, is there any spin out there? I think the art for ex-students to win the game, take the 10 wickets, is two quick wickets from the quicks, then the spinners come on pretty early and try and take the last 8. If Jenkins spinning it, Stockdale will be enjoying it because he's a big spinner of the ball.
I've never faced him in the nets or anything, so I can't speak as to how he bowls, but that would have to weigh into his mind. If there's turn on offer out there, they would be licking their lips. Yep. Like, you've got to look. Warney's taken 15 wickets for the year. Pride's taken nearly 30. Lee Stockdale leads the comp with 33. Like, that's 100 or nearly 100 wickets between them, or 90, whatever it is. The spinners are going to play the massive key for it for students. They're going to back themselves like they always do, as we know. And they're going to turn to, obviously, Jimmy Pride being my little brother. Like, his bowling doesn't worry me. I hit him for bulk runs. I don't know how these blokes get out to him, but big game player. Big game player. He thrives on these situations. So, time's going to tell, but ex-students do look to be just chewing time to get through to Stumps tonight, with obviously the intention of putting a score on the board tomorrow, and then probably, in a sense, they're going to try and dangle a carrot in front of Glengarry. Well, Glen have to go for it. They sit top. There's no spare week, so it will be interesting. But Andy Matthews, class act. He's got nearly 20 years A-grade cricket behind him. Quality cricketer that takes wickets every year. Up against a batting attack with Al Jenkins. Frank Marks could turn this game on its head in half an hour the way he bats. He gets going. He's explosive. Yep. Paul Henry, Ben Marks is another one that can turn it really quickly. Yep. So it will be it's going to be an interesting day of cricket. So I'd encourage anyone that's sitting at home thinking, look at the score, it's probably not. It's going to be an interesting game of cricket tomorrow to come down and have a watch. So, but as Friday continues to Robertson around the wicket, just sort of back of the length, bashing it into the pitch, seeing if there's anything left there with that bit of rain that got on it. And Matt Robertson, rock solid defence, and continue on their merry way. Quick check of the B-grade score, though, for all those that are interested in the B-grade cricket. And we have 6 for 75 after 29 overs. Also need to give a shout-out to a bloke, local cricketer that used to play here, played at Churchill and Rovers back in the day, Dan McKenna, has been watching all day and contacting players from the commentary based on this. So, Dan, if you're still listening, mate, g'day. We miss you here in Australia. But here we go. Here's the off-spinner continuing to Rick Batista, who leaves the ball outside the off-stump.
And from all reports, Dan might have just sent the little text message to Batista about Dylan Freitag's little drive-by about lower order batsmen getting on the coattails and so forth. Oh,
as the chance goes down. As we'll see
missed stumping opportunity. Tough one. Great little effort there by for Nat to save one run diving across, but big wicket.
It was cries a catch though.
Yeah, it was unusual.
Ben Marks letting through a bye is very unusual as well.
I think who was most happy about that was, as I was saying earlier, Lee. That's ripped a mile.
Yeah.
So as I go back to what I was saying, Rick might have just passed on a bit of feedback about Dylan's commentary earlier. So, and from all reports, Nathan's now very nervous that the ex-students' school of sharks are going to be swarming when he comes out to bat.
There was a text message that came through about Jackson and Rick riding on the coattails of Stockdale and Gilmore and coming in when it was easy and going at 3 when they were 3-4 for 300 and then piling into blokes. But I don't know how accurate a comment that is from Dill, given that, as we were saying earlier, when Rick Batista comes out to bat, it's normally when students are in a situation like this, and that's when he makes runs. When he comes out and it's easy going, you generally get him pretty cheap. There's a bit of confusion there as Rick tries to come for a single. gets turned back by Robertson, and play goes on with that being the end of the over. And I'd say Judge Nat's ripped his hat off, so he's probably pretty keen to keep going here. He feels like he's the man to get the breakthrough that Glengarry want before Stumps here tonight. What are his figures today? He's bowled really well, Nat. He's been real captain sort of knock with the ball. Just a quick look at the figures for today, and I'll just quickly go down to them. We got Nat Freitag, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 18. If that's not leading from the front, I don't know what is.
Captain's spell.
But he'll continue here to Stockdale over the wicket, I believe. He's gone back over the wicket here to Batista, sorry, not Stockdale. Same regulation field, 2 slips, ring field. With the shadows are starting to get pretty long as the ground as the sun goes down. Probably not ideal for a left-hander. As there's a slight appeal there as the ball goes down the leg side. Judging by Rick's reaction here, I think that's bounced on his big toe, and he seems to be in a bit of discomfort. But as that sun sets, I'd say it'd be uncomfortable for a left-hander with that sunshine right in his face.
Well, I can vouch for how much that hurts because I faced Nat last week, Bopper, and second ball in, he's nutted me, absolutely nutmegged me. And on Tuesday, I had to visit the hospital just to make sure that the old lefty was still there. Shit swollen up like a basketball, so I know the type of pain Rick's in. What's happened is Nat's come back, and whilst I'm not saying he's the fastest bowler I've ever faced, he's definitely bowled some spells that I haven't faced in TDCA cricket since I've come down here. So, it's really good, and today you can just tell that extra little bit of pace has just got through a few people.
I think from all reports that he's sort of like, I know it's no comparison, but people always said Mitchell Johnson bowled with a heavy ball. So while Nat's pace isn't as high as that, apparently he rushes on you. You've got a real heavy ball, so that may have something to do with it. But glad the kahunas are still swinging there, and that you're not one short or having to have one removed. But here we go, Nat continuing around the wicket to Robertson here, full outside off stump, trying to tempt Robertson, but Robertson's rock solid here and not getting sucked in by any of that, looking to bat out the day. As a quick swap there between Luke and Nick to go towards the end of the day. At the end of this over, I'll wrap things up and get out of here and allow the boys to continue the wonderful job they've done today and for the TDCA as a whole with the promotion of cricket in the region. As Nat comes in to Robertson, back of a length, Robertson defends, out the offside, no run, continues on the merry way. How'd you enjoy the break, Nick? Very fresh, ready to go?
Yeah, I've come back and Robbo's still on 27, so he's definitely put the cue in the rack, and he's just going to get through for tomorrow and set this team up for a score of potentially 200. So, he just can't get that next score, can he? But at the same time, he's been batting really well, and they're not really trying to score at the moment. We'll just see the day out and live to fight tomorrow. And it's been enthralling cricket, even though not a whole heap's been happening, Robert.
It's not exciting, but it's actually very good to sit here and just watch the battle of two good cricket sides shaping up as each other. As Freitag says, "I've had about enough of you," Robertson goes upstairs on him. Robertson ducks out there, says, "I'm having none of that." And that brings the end of Nat's over, and looks like we're going to go with Jenkin with off spin. Henderson and Scummel to continue the commentary and their great work, and I'm out of here. I'm Rob Pride. Thanks for having me.
He's got a little sign off. Play his music, please. The glass smashed, and never mind. The glass smashes, and Stone Cold leaves the arena. Very, very good from Bopper. We've been getting a lot of positive reviews from that, and amazing, amazing work.
And a little high five on the way out as well. So the monotones of Robert Pride. Jenkin to continue. Looks like there's a little bit of turn in this pitch, Nick, and I think that's what I was saying a little bit earlier, is that Stockdale will be really excited by that. That being said, he'd want a little bit more on the board than 79. And it's definitely shut up shop time. Just get through, be 6 down overnight, take the extra 45 overs-ish tomorrow, and try and just take the game as far as they can. I still think not scoring can be dangerous too, though, in these situations. All of a sudden there's a wicket. And the game just keeps turning.
Just a little Baker shuffle to make everyone nervous there, but
And did you notice the leg?
yeah, there's just a little Elvis move on that one. It's hard because this time of day, it's getting late. The long shadows start to come across the ground, and a catch. There's no sure thing. A catch will happen, and it'll go down because you're not expecting it, Luke.
That's right. And of course, the thing about bowling Jenkins, not only obviously been a good wicket taker this year and so forth, but trying to get as many overs in as they can. Although doesn't seem to be a whole great deal of urgency between the overs and so forth. It's basically take the 10 wickets, isn't it, rather than try and get as many overs out of the way. And your man, the X Factor, the TDCA, Nick Scammell X Factor, the busker himself. And as you get a little bit excited, he returns a great spell by Freitag. 4 wickets, so critical wickets at all times, and did extremely well. Beautiful shot. Fine leg just runs around it, lets it bounce about 12 metres in front of him, and gets it just the one run.
And he's off that 27, which has plagued him for quite a while. I think.
There for ages, wasn't he?
He was there for a long time. 27 club, he looked like he was gone, but he finally got a loose one, and he's been able to hit one, and probably lucky he didn't quite middle it because it might have gone down Fine leg's throat.
And the best footballer to ever wear number 27, Nick, do you know?
Oh, who's that? Did he play for Sale or something?
Anthony Ingerson. Nah, Nick from Melbourne, the great fullback from the 2000s. Anthony Ingerson, number 27.
Good shot.
Great shot by Batista. Rocks back on the back foot. That's Batista at his best when he's playing back foot shots, and it's 4 runs. And you're a fellow demon, Nick. Your favourite player as a young man growing up?
Had this conversation with the guys on Gippsland FM this morning, actually. David Neitz and David Schwartz were always my 2 favourites because I always used to get them mixed up, Luke. So, yeah. It was a little wider, and he's been called for a wide, so that's not great. But yeah, I really enjoyed them. James McDonald was another favourite of mine, and yeah, and now of course Big Maxi Gawn. I
love the beard, don't you?
I love it. The beard that's feared. He's a genuine superstar, Maxi.
Drops it short, rocks back, second boundary of the over, and this is exactly what ex-students are needing, a nice little mini fight back just before the end. You don't want to be risking anything to get out, but if you're going to bowl a bad ball, put it away. Batista, 8 off the over.
Scores now on 89. This over's been really good for ex-students, and this is exactly what we were talking about. You can go into overnight just limp there and be 6 or 70, or you can go there with 100 on the board, and all of a sudden Glengarry are worried, and he's gone again too.
Oh, that'll be another 2. Oh, there's your boy fielding. Look at that, slides into it, straight back over the bails, and an easy 2 runs, 10 from the over.
Yeah, good old Gary Pratt out there, really just taking his
Who's
spot.
Gary Pratt? You're going to have to fill me in here, Nick.
So Gary Pratt is the fielder, professional 12th man who ran out Ricky Ponting in the famous 05 Ashes. Oh, he's gone again. And Ricky Ponting went berserk, and then Barmy started making up chants about Gary Pratt and those types of things, and just a English legend, I suppose. But I think that sums up the Poms. They worship a 12th man rather than some of the other mediocre cricketers that they have.
And gets away with one.
He's giving it the old look back, which is that's a fast bowler specialty, that one. Just give it a look, scratch the ground. Oh, there was a bit of a slip there.
And the umpires at B grade, did you let Spager know about this earlier, Nick? Spager wants to know who's umpiring in the B grade.
Leon's umpiring at B grade, as well as Brian Grant. So two very experienced and well measured umpires to take on the ferocity of what ex-students B grade and Yarram B grade will be.
It's got a real feel about the last quarter of a footy match at the moment. You can smell the fire. The sun's got no heat in it. Feels like I'm out at Gormandale or Tyres, ready for a VB frothy. I've had 10 VB frothies and just waiting for the game to end. Little swipe, gets the fully and can't put it away.
The poor kid in the scoreboard's running over to the goal umpires to see if he's got the scores right.
That would have been you as a young man following the great Cole Scammell around, mate. You would have to do scoreboards, boundary umpiring, everything.
Yeah, I had to do a little bit of that. Got myself a few free pies by calling a few...
Obviously.
Yeah. By calling a few infringements on the centre bounce infringements. A few little, throw it into the favour of the TTU ruckman and that type of thing. So, you got to do what you got to do.
It's taken nearly all day for me to build up the courage to ask this question, but I tried to get you going a little bit earlier about the jumper, the last flag bearer of the jumper wearer, and obviously, straight up.
And he's taken it too.
And it's the big wicket. Robinson has just done so well all day. Went back to try and hit it for a big boundary. A rank ball, to be honest. Max Merton at 45 didn't quite pick it up early, but made ground up and took a really nice catch in the end. Big wicket. 7 for 91 with Warren to come. Harris to come, it would be. Harris first. The big
Harris. He's got the big batsman tattoo on the leg. So let's see.
Also has to work at 7 o'clock.
Also has to work at 7 o'clock. So this might be an interesting little spell here. If the umpires get it wrong, you might get a little bit nervous. I've never seen an arrest in full whites before, Luke. So that could be interesting later on in the night.
Absolutely. Hopefully he has a quiet night tonight, and the local Latrobe Valley just looks after him.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Although it's a full moon. Last night we saw a little bit of action, and that was a bit interesting. But
were you out and about last night, were you, Nick?
Oh, just a couple of froths, just a couple of little warm-ups for today.
So a big wicket. The last ball of the over by Jenkin. Big wicket. A lot of pressure put back on Batista now. Really needs to keep that scoreboard ticking over into tomorrow.
And I've got a shout out for Eggy from Imperials, who's messaged me. It's good to see a C grader from Imperials messaging me at an appropriate time. So that's fantastic to see, Eggy. Thanks a lot for that, mate.
And a big shout out to Stewie Henley, who rushed home to cook dinner tonight. Retired from cricket this year. I think he's doing the lap of honour in the back of the Blue Raptor tomorrow, Nick, for all retiring cricketers. Himself, Sean Barber, Robert Voss, because he's retired again, will go around in the Blue Raptor.
Yeah, interesting from Stu as well. He's doubling the Gormandale presentation evening as his Bucks do, as he's getting married the next day. So that's quite an interesting feel for a presentation night.
Batista looks like he's not going to miss out on anything, does he? He wants to keep scoring. It's good. Not going to crawl into the close of play. About 10 minutes to go. About 10 minutes to go. Big shot. Big shot off the back. That sun's glaring in. Square leg stands and hopes it doesn't hit him. Goes for 4.
He is not. It's just the worst feeling ever. We're deep into March. The long shadows, and it makes for a really good viewing for the crowd. But geez, it can be a bit dicey when you're out there. So, yeah. I don't think it was a catch or anything like that. I don't think it's going to cost them too much. But, yeah, you don't want anything to happen if a ball's whacked at you. He's gone. That's a
beautiful drive by Batista. Off the back foot, now driving. It's a man in form. Gets the 3. Gets the easy. Good throw. Would have made it tight there. But gets the easy 3. Well judged 3. 7 from the over.
This hasn't been a great second spell from Busk here.
Short.
Needed to put the pressure on. Harris, he likes to drive early.
Yep. Play shots.
And I think they got a chance here.
Big chance. Oh! Looks like it went through him.
Oh. He's got a very Pom look about him, Harris.
He does.
He's got the taped up lid.
Yep.
You know, he's got the shirt that he's bought from Baby Co, and he likes to show himself off a little bit. He's just got that real pommy air about him. I think.
Pommy air about him. Long sleeves as well. Very
long
very
sleeves,
English.
very English. Pop the collar.
Yep. Looks to bat a long way outside of leg stump by the looks of it. Likes to obviously free the arms with that type of setup. Of course, the big step across as well. Think you'd want to be targeting middle stump here. Put a mid-wicket in. Make sure he can't get off strike and just go pad to pad.
I think Busk would be happy to bowl to Harris more than Batista. Batista's just had his measure for the last couple of overs. So we'll see what happens now. It looks like Al's going to go again, and rightfully so. He's got the big wicket of Robertson, and can he get Batista really take the game, right up to ex-students, and then have him panicking a little bit overnight?
Another wicket here, and it's... Whew. What a day it's been. Just ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? Glengarry's felt on top all day. But I've also just got this feeling 130, 140 on the board, and ex-students would be pretty happy as well.
Oh, there's no doubt that this game is far from over. Ex-students are just brutal. They are always in the game, and they always give themselves a chance. And there's no telling what'll happen tomorrow.
And there's your man again. The professional fielders ran 55 metres from deep square leg to extra deep mid on to field the ball. Will the big Harris swing the big Peter Willow that he has and try and pogo the spinner? He looks like a man who wants to go big, doesn't he? Doesn't want to craft anything. He wants to whack his way through something. Yeah. Big man. I've seen him throwing the tennis ball and pretending to take football marks before the game. He looks like a man who loves to just get rough on a footy field. Big, strong, key position player. Big bit of willow. Apparently uses a 4-pound bat, Nick. A 4-pound bat.
Looks like an old power spot.
Yeah.
So
4 pound. I'm telling you. This man is strong.
well, he hasn't wanted to use it yet.
It's too heavy. You can't swing it.
Oh, if only he was wearing a floppy, Luke.
My type of man, a floppy.
Oh, there's something weird's gonna happen,
You
Luke.
can feel it. You can feel it happening, Nick.
7 for 152 overs. There's 5 minutes of play to go. You'd almost say 2 overs to go. Oh. Oh.
Dropped him. Dropped him.
Tough.
Tough catch. Chance goes down.
A nothing poke. Just here, take my wicket.
We said we could feel it. No shot. It has to be turning a mile.
Very, very optimistic there by the Glengarry boys. 53 overs. 53 overs bowled. Looks like Graham's
Graham.
going to have one more over before the day.
From the other end.
Ooh. They haven't been enjoying this end, the quicks. They've seemed to be struggling with their foot placement. So Batista's on strike as well. Batista's been going for it.
The busker's picked up his hat, put the change in his pocket, and he's moved on. I've been waiting all day for that, Nick.
Oh, we're trying to squeeze a little, I don't know, John Butler trio or something reference in there. I haven't been able to make it. On the money, there's nothing like a fast bowler charging in with a shirt untucked, isn't there? He's a real working class bowler, you can just tell.
Cam Graham, definitely a working class bowler. Turns up most weeks still wearing the steel cap toes, the shoes that he's rolled the wicket in. Still a little bit of mud on his hands. Rolling a good wicket out of Glengarry too. Oh, just it's close.
It's building. There's 10 balls to go in the day.
Do we get one more moment? One more moment.
Surely. I want it to come from the power spot. I want the power spot to drop it onto Hendo's Hill over there, Luke. Ooh,
Oh.
pushing him back. Well bowled.
Well bowled again.
Seven for 101. I'm getting number 27s come through, Luke, from no other than Birds. Birds said number 27 for sale in previous times was Shane Loveless.
Shane Loveless, the great Shane Loveless, one of the best country footballers that you've ever seen.
He became a very good Sale Mafra and GCL umpire as well. So thank you, Birds, for hijacking the TDCA live stream with Sale Mafra.
And he always, one of the best things about Shane Loveless's umpiring is he always made sure that you got, that the Cox play was listened to. And allegedly, this is a true story, and I don't know if it is, but allegedly a true story, that a ute drove onto the ground so he could listen to the Cox plate, and the game was held up until the end of it. The great Shane Loveless. Bit like when Gav Fernando umpired, he never missed a race.
Phone in the pocket.
And the son of Tit's just been hit in it.
And they've pulled it. They haven't been able to get through for one more.
So the big last ball hits Batista. He has to walk off, rubbing the nipple. and we closed the play after a long day. Must credit to Red Onion, our production team. Matt, the cameraman, a fantastic job here all day. 7 for 101. We'll be back here tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Big shout out to Russell North, local MP, for sponsoring the TDCA Workforce Excess A-grade grand final, and we look forward to seeing everyone back here at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Ex-students to remain to bat for another 47 overs, 46 overs tomorrow, and it is an absolute game on. Game on.